Welcome to the stream, everyone. I think that I have fixed out or sorted out somewhat the issues that I was having yesterday with the audio, although that took a bit of probably some dirty hacks, to be honest. Let's see here. Boop. Now you should be able to see me as well. So yeah, hello there, Nitrogenos, Pete, Peps, I know you're there somewhere. When I went to bed this morning, I had the pleasure of receiving an email from Twitch, which told me that you are invited to become an affiliate. So thank you so much, everyone. I am now an affiliate, and we are now on the next leg of the journey, which I don't think will take 6 days. Yeah, I know you're there somewhere because I can see who is in the chat, but usually it's delayed. Like their Dark Rogue popped up. Welcome to the stream, Dark Rogue. But it is kind of delayed. Who is in the chat and not. So I've done a little bit of fiddling. I've added some of those token rewards. So if you want to have a look at those, there are some token rewards that you can now redeem for plushie coins. I have ordered some, posture check. That's a bit early, isn't it? But sure, I will do a posture change and put myself in a more comfortable position. Wow. Okay, Peps, thank you so much for that. Wow. I haven't added the notifications for that yet, which is a bit sad. Because there has been so many things going on today that I haven't managed to fit everything in. But let me just see if I can at least have some kind of notification for subscriptions, because I'd like to have that both for myself and also for the. No, I'm not going to add the Stream Elements chatbot. I think we have enough chatbots as is. Let's go to the overlay here and go to this one, and then settings. And I will just add the default subscriber alert for now. I'll add the default cheer alert. So those are the ones that are built into Stream Elements. They are sadly a bit boring, but at least they will give us a kind of an idea when someone subscribes. And again, thank you so much, Peps. I have ordered some emotes, and in addition to that, I am working on an icon for the reward thing, because I'd like to have that reward icon be something else than just a purple little globe. I was thinking it could be maybe a wyvern. Let's see here, a wyvern paw. Although the software is very. The microphone might be crackling. There are still some issues with the audio, and I'm completely and utterly unable to figure out what it is. From the day before yesterday to yesterday, I mean, me blaming Gizmo yesterday was just being funny. The office was closed. The door to the office was closed. Gizmo hadn't been anywhere near the computer. My computer had not rebooted, and the audio just had changed. Microphone settings, everything. I don't know how much the crackling, as far as I can hear myself, there is no crackling when I listen to my own voice, at least. this is a USB, and I've already talked. Oh god, I'm gonna hear myself now. That's not a. This is a Blue Yeti, a USB microphone. I somehow regret getting that. I was talking to what did you call him? Limp Cheese. We had a nice chat today. So Limp Cheese and I, we have figured out what I need. So I'm going to get the same microphone as Limp Cheese and Zeely, and also Limp Cheese suggested a very good interface for me that I can use. So I will be switching to a Rode Procaster instead of the Yeti. Lavalier. Actually, I think the interface in question was a lavalier, wasn't it? No, it was a Focusrite. The Yeti is a good microphone. The problem with the Yeti is that it picks up so much ambient noise. Now I could use the... hold on, that might be the problem. Have I set this to... No, I haven't. Guess I was testing out the NVIDIA broadcast thing earlier today to see if that might help fix the issues, but it didn't. Instead it just, well, it did fix the issues of my voice suddenly going too loud, but what it also added was cutting out my voice, because when there was very much ambient noise, I had Aracle literally hammer his keyboard very, very rapidly. I think it was doing the 10 fast fingers type test, and that wasn't picked up by the microphone, whatever. Nothing of it. But it also cut out a bit of what I said, so I'll give NVIDIA half a year or so to at least to work on that. But Focusrite, I'm not sure what that is, Peps. You will have to enlighten me, my friend. The Rode Soundcaster and the interface, it wasn't really that expensive though. Basically, had I known back at the time when I bought the Yeti, probably shouldn't tap that. If I had known, I would have bought that instead. But the Yeti is a great entry-level microphone. And back when I bought it, I had no idea that I was going to be doing this. Focusrite Scarlett Solo. And the one that Liam recommended to me is a Focusrite Scarlett 2i2 MK3. So it's probably, let's see. Yeah, it's that one. With the exception that the one that he recommended to me has 2 XLR inputs. Well, this one has 1. But it's the same thing. No, was it? It's the same price. That's weird. Let me just check the one that he... And the one that he recommended to me is also a Focusrite Scarlett. But it has... Yeah, it's the same one, except it has 2 ports. And it costs the same. So I don't know why I would go with the smaller model, but it's the exact same one, except that the one that Liam recommended was a bit better. I just want to check something. I added a filter to this one, which I think was a crop. Now, can I Do 250? Yeah, that's not enough. 300? 320, 350? Yeah, there we go. Remember that I'm operating with the Norwegian prices. You don't have to see my knee every now and then, because I cropped the camera a bit. Although the Solo 3rd gen would be sufficient for my uses. Let's see if it is available in Norway and how much of the price difference. Focusrite Sky Solo, the price difference is €30. So I'm not sure. It's very unlikely that I'm going to have to, or that I'm ever going to be using 2 microphones. But yeah, there is that. Yeah. And before that happens, the moon is going to fall down. You never can tell who I might have visitors who want to do things together. Also, welcome, Phasian. I forgot to say that. You distracted me with the knee, which I then proceeded to fix. So, I hope everyone had a great day, by the way. I'm not mad that the candy cane doesn't do damage anymore after the update. I'm quite content. I didn't do that event, so I don't care. Nah, it's more seriously, it's a bit sad when they change things like that. How about we just build the Caterium wire stuff underneath here? I need to go back to the... snowballs are useful as long as you use them to throw IT machinist of things. That is their primary and main function. There's not any nodes down there, is there? Nope. I'm just gonna build a couple of foundations. That many, that seems fine, and we'll change it as necessary. Did you see the clip of IT Machinist being thrown off by a snowball thanks to Alnilana, Pete? If you haven't, maybe Phasian would be so kind as to link it. I think you're allowed to link it, Phasian. Oh, you saw it, yeah, because that is one of the best clips I've seen, and it utterly and completely broke poor Anna. Well, I guess it's not poor, because I don't feel that sorry for her, because she caused that upon herself. Or brought that upon herself, I guess we should say. 3 pots of coffee. I'm glad you're in Germany and I'm in Norway. Speaking of coffee, suitably themed coffee cup. Although I use them all year around because they are perfect size, and I like drinking coffee from ceramic cups. I don't know why, but it tastes different when you drink it from something that's made out of glass or something. So small indeed. It's a small cup for small person. Okay. Microphone, do what I want you to do. There we go. Also, Peps, that's what... ... No, I did not mean to build a foundation down there. I have a strong suspicion that I'm going to have to open the window more very, very soon. Due to the fact that it's already getting very warm. 27.4 Celsius, yeah. I am indeed interested in seeing the final look, but not yet. As soon as I've built my own blenders, which hopefully isn't a week in the future, I would be very happy to see it. I'm just desperately trying to avoid any kind of spoilers because I want to try to figure out my own ideas about it before I allow anyone else to influence me. And then I can have other people influence me. Well, at least based on my experiences with coffee drinkers, there are certain gastrointestinal effects or side effects of drinking a lot of coffee that other people who share the room with them might be very fond or happy that they do not have to inhale, I guess? That's a sufficiently subtle way of saying it, isn't it? Then again, you might be made of steel, so you might not have any of those effects, come to think of it. No, I just thought of that, considering your daily intake of coffee. I'm guessing you're extensively immune to any of those effects. Come again, Phasian? I have no idea what you're talking about there. The Clinton defense for smoking weed in college. What a bizarre... Is that a thing? You Americans, you never cease to amaze me. How many constructors did I need here? Oh! Yes. Of course. He had some interesting excuses for many weird things, didn't he? 12 to 60. Oh god, so I'm gonna have to make several lines here. 780 divided by 60 is 13. Why does it have to be 13? Why do they have to use weird numbers? I'm going to have to build... Okay, I need to do math again. Much to everyone's happiness and joy. ARG 13 indeed. So I have... How much did I end up with? I think I ended up with that I'm making 600 ingots. I'm pretty sure I did. 12 times 50 should be 600. Not 15. 12 times 50, that is 600. So I'm making 600 ingots. And they have to be divided in lines of 13 each. Or 13 constructors. So 13 constructors per line. And each of these output 12. And if I'm not entirely mistaken, that's exactly what this takes in. Well, that makes it easy. I need to build 50 constructors. Or actually, what I need to build is 65 constructors. But I don't think any of those actually has a graceful division for 13. 65 does. Which also means that 50 should have. No. Of course it doesn't. So I need to make 4 lines of 13, or rather I need to make 5 lines of 13 in each. I'm not going to go do a back-to-back or front-to-front then. I'm just going to make 5 straight line of 13 machines. That gives us symmetry. Thank you so much for the sub, Addicted. That is very much appreciated. I am just using the default notification in Twitch for the in-stream elements for now. And I plan to change that so that we get proper sound effects and stuff like that. I might have cropped the camera a little bit too much, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, maybe I did. Or maybe I can just do this. Yeah, that's better. Where was I? Yeah, so I'm gonna make 5 times 13 lines of constructors. It's very much appreciated, Addicted to Capping. You also get the first there. That's yours forever. This as long as yeah, no, it's yours forever. It doesn't matter if I stop streaming. You'll still have that. You're one of the founders. Yeah, as I was telling chat earlier, welcome so much to the stream. When I finished my stream this morning, I opened my email on my phone and I got the invitation to become a Twitch affiliate, which was a nice way to end the day, or rather the night, since it was light outside when I went to bed. But I haven't had the time to do all the things, like I have ordered emotes, and I actually did that before I started streaming, but I had no idea that it was going to take me. I mean, at the very least, I thought that it was going to be Thursday or Friday that I would get the affiliate, because they have a 7-day requirement, but they seem to have wavered that, probably because I've been streaming like crazy for these past days, but I did not expect it to take this quick to become an affiliate. So thank you all so much for that. And I'm doing very, very good. Thank you very much. I hope your day has been equally good. I got some really good news today, like really good news, real life. I cannot share them, but that was something that really, really was good news. So yeah, the day has been very good indeed. I might share them later, but I need the person's permission to share them. So unless they want to share it themselves, then I cannot share them on their behalf. Yeah, but Catherine's main issue was that they didn't want to give her partnership, even though she did qualify. And that's it's a lot easier to become an affiliate than it is to become a partner. And that I might aim for becoming a partner. I don't know, depends, but that's probably a year at least ahead in time, because you need substantial. I would have to have 75 people in streams regularly on average. I would need to stream, well, about what I stream now, but and I need so and so many followers and so forth. Spent the morning in urgent care. That's different than yesterday. I hope everything's okay. As for the circuit board recipe, the best one is without a doubt the silicon circuit board. that's yeah, that's really unquestionably the best. Provided you have the time to get the silica, of course. You know what? It's not. I don't want to have them that way. I want to have them this way. And do I need that distance, I wonder? I want to have that distance because it's easier to deal with. That's 2. That's 3. Already had, yeah, that's basically what I did. I just, since I changed to the alternate recipes for aluminium, which don't need the silica, I just rerouted the silica and started making silicon circuit boards for it from that instead. The tentacle covers your graminitid, or you have come in. So each of your tentacles now look like little Cthulhu heads, and so much you felt like you have to ask his permission. Someone mentioned something about green stuff earlier in the chat. Have you? I don't know, Facian. I'm not entirely sure what you said there. Might just be me being me, confused and so what. You kept getting all the recipes. Yeah, well, yeah. The meow was real. I can believe that. If you just feel like you've been run over by a dump truck 3 or 4 times, that sounds very unpleasant. You don't have any reason or any explanation, you just like feel crap. I hope you haven't contracted like COVID or something. But I guess that if you were in the urgent care room, they probably tested you for that. Can I have one line there? I can, but this thing is going to be in the way. Can I have one line there? No, I cannot. Okay, well, more foundations. And my husband is going to bed, so be right back, just so I can say goodnight. Sorry about that. Just nice to say goodnight. Basically, I don't have much of a schedule to be saying that I'm streaming for the at night for the Americans during the day. I'm just streaming when I feel comfortable or when I have the time to do it, based on my own sleep schedule. So that happens to be around now these days. That is why I haven't committed to a set schedule, but have instead made one of those. I found a widget thanks to Liamni. He has also been very helpful. Wait, I wrote that wrong, didn't I? I wrote that very wrong. It's supposed to be Liamni. So Liamni. Don't tell me that I have cooldown on the bot. Do you mind, Peps? Would you do that for me, please? Apparently, I have a cooldown too on the bot. Well done, my bot. As much as that is a condolence. Yeah, chest infection, but thank God it's not COVID. Trademark. Yeah. Norway is normally in... Is that the channel name? Isn't it an I on the end there? Normally we are in GMT +1, but this Sunday we're going to change into the daylight savings, or out of the daylight savings. So we're going to go back to summertime. So I'm normally in CET, that's the winter time, Central European time. But at 2 a.m. Or 3 a.m. because that's going to be the same. It's the time paradigm. Saturday night to Sunday, we go into thank you, Peps, that's the correct one. That's when we go to CEST, which is Central European summertime. So see if I do that. I should have fixed the camera a little bit better. Although not really sure why the camera is being that wonky with me today. Not that it's really wonky, but there we go. Please go away, red box. Eastern time zone. I just have to see, because there's a little bit activity today in chat and I'm not that used to it, and I tend to go on these tangents on things. You might have noticed that. You got the choice between sloppy aluminium and diluted fuel. That is evil. The game does have a tendency to do that. It does have a tendency to be evil at times, where you... I want all of these? How dare you? I think the entire Europe moves into the summertime. The Americans are a couple of weeks ahead of us on that. So normally I would be 6 hours ahead of you if you are in Eastern time in the US. But currently I am 5 hours ahead of you for a couple of weeks. So from this Sunday onwards, I will be 6 hours ahead of you if you are in EST. Also, thank you so much for the congratulations, Master. My brain just kicked in there. I saw you typed it, and as I'm now just mentioned, I was on a tangent about something else. At least I try to remember. I remember because I don't know reasons. Hey there. Well, I will probably fall down and we get to play with them. Have no fear. Can't afford. I need to go back to base anyways because I'm out of iron rods, which is inconvenient. Milestones are indeed to be celebrated. The only reason I can remember that is because GMT is Greenwich Mean Time, or Greenwich, depending on the British pronunciation. So that's like 0. That's the meridian that counts as the everything to the right of that meridian, which would be Europe, is plus, and everything to the left of that meridian is that would be west of the UK, would for instance be the US, and would be minus, GMT minus. So you would be, if you're in Eastern time, you would be, provided Eastern time is the same as New York. If I remember correctly, you would be GMT minus 5. Whereas in summertime, you would be GMT minus 4, because we then move to GMT plus 2, as we are normally in GMT plus 1. Greenwich. Yeah, thank you, Pete. I thought it was pronounced Greenwich. It's like some people have difficulties with I remember what is the other Norwich, for instance. My favorite one is Worcester sauce, though, because why not just remove most of the word, or Worcester sauce? Norwich. Yep. I remembered immediately after I had said it. Oh, it is Norwich, isn't it? They say Norwich, don't they? I saw this this funny meme. Which one of these 5 is the most hard to say for you? I'm sorry, I love you, Worcester sauce, and 2 other. I chuckled quite a bit from that. Had a couple of it, and I want all of these hard reefs, sadly, so the meow was definitely real. Yes, I can imagine. Okay, we need to get a couple of stuffs while we're in here. How is our... Yeah, we do need a couple of iron plates. Let's grab 2 stacks of those. We need 4 stacks of iron rods, because I'm going to build fences as well. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of concrete. Cable. We need 2 stacks of cable. We have enough of those. We have enough quick wire. I don't even know why I bothered to put the screws in them all, but there are some things that need screws. I don't think I'm going to need more pipes, but I like to keep 1 stack of rubber and 1 stack of plastic. Just in case. Stators too, I don't know why I bothered to put in here. Let's grab a stack of rotors. We have motors, so that's fine. I know, that's why I keep doing it. And hello there, Wally. I hope you have had a good day so far. We need a couple more... I think I'm gonna grab a couple of stacks of these because, well, the constructors just take 2 of them, but I'd rather have too many than too few. I definitely have way too many steel pipes. Industrial, yeah, I can take a couple of those as well. And I think I'm going to take a couple of these. Now, is there anything else that I need? Not that I can think of at the moment. Let me just raise the desk a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, I need to open the window. It is already open, but I need to open it more. 28.2 degrees. It's definitely warm enough in here. I also want to go to the grinder because I want to grind some plastic. There you go. That should satisfy your hunger for today. If I'm a little upsized? What do you mean? If you mean the affiliate thing, I seem to have become a little more upsized. Am I? Yeah, that's because I'm closer to the camera, I think. Thank you so much for the sub, Groundbuster. Much appreciated. I have to just use the default notifications. I do have the notification sounds that I want to... you're one of the first. You are the third subscriber, but you're one of the first ones, so you get that nice founder's mark, and it's yours to keep. I will add emotes. I will add more things. I'm waiting for the emotes, actually. I did order those. Okay. I did order those 2 weeks ago from an article. Oh, thank you so much to you as well, Wally, for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Now I should become one of your Patreons. Just to add to the total confusion. I'm subscribed to Wally, and now he's subscribed to me, and Wally also is a Patreon of mine, so I guess I should also become a Patreon of his just to... I think they are going to add collisions to trains. Even things out and let Twitch and Patreon and possibly PayPal get a bit of cash on us evening it out. Nah, probably better not to. I think they have enough money as is, but it does help for channel visibility and stuff like that. So I need to. Just some loose skin on my lip. Sorry. I think they're going to add signals, to be honest. And yes, they did fix the bug so that I can fix the squiggles in the main base. But will I? Now that's the question. Hashtag lazy for life. That's exactly why I wanted the foundation. Did I? No, I didn't turn off the... So I think I'll add one more, just for good measure, but that is what we need. Yes. Now that you say that. I guess it's a bit silly of me to say that I'm lazy when I build things. But I am actually lazy when, if I don't have to do something, I will happily forego the ability or doing it. Let's click E and not Q and build an 8x4 foundation here. And then we want to have a little fence on the corners of this. I don't know how far we need to go up. Am I building this the right way? Yes, I am. Not sure about that up there. I think it's going to look silly. Taking risks now. Inverted ramp, no. Inverted corner, 8x1. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like that. Tearing down something for the sake of tearing down. Well, yes, the thing is, it's just a couple of tracks, but the problem, the reason why I'm very reticent about doing it is, remember the mystery of the missing train? I don't want that to happen again. So, to redo the stations, I would have to... Well, I suppose I could take off one track on... No. If it is anywhere, it's underneath the world. Probably down at the level where you die. So if I took off that track piece that I'm looking at there, then all of the trains would just stop there and I could redo the station area. So that would work. Or I could poke around with the map editor. That's a good idea, actually. That is a very good idea. Let's see if the train exists. This is the wrong... No, this because I opened all of those tabs because of... I don't need that. Interactive map save editor. Yes, I can move it with the editor actually. Also, some of you might notice I have changed the top line thing. I made a slight shade there so that it's easier to see the text, and I changed followers into citizens, and knights, those are the subscribers. There should come a notification thing. Thank you so much for the subscription, Pete. It is very much appreciated. There should come a notification thing popping out over here every now and then. Why does the mouse cursor disappear behind the browser thing? That's amusing. I don't know if that works, but I made a small social notification thing that should pop up like once an hour, just showing the YouTube and the Twitch thing, depending. I wanted to have both because you never know what people might be watching on. So the train disappeared here. I have trains enabled. But it's very difficult to see them. I have no idea. I know there's a train in the station here. So if I remove foundations and I remove tracks, it still doesn't show the train. No, it doesn't want to work at all. No, I don't know. There is a train standing inside the train station there, but... I guess I can't see it on the map then. No, that's what a train looks like. Slightly... more purple, because this saved while I was driving out to the base. So if there is something like that, that train is the one coming from the aluminium station. No, it would have been somewhere around here. So I guess it just decided to die. Yeah, that's the one that that's the ones that I'm using. But you're on mobile, so you probably wrote that like 2 minutes ago. And I've probably been chatting away finding the trains by the time I see that. What? Okay. Well, you can see the stations are here. So the train disappeared around... Yeah, it disappeared on this segment. Remove the rest. Yeah, I could do that. Doomp, 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 doomp. Has to be done one at a time because the game complains. Or the map thing complains. And now there's only tracks. Yeah, no, there's definitely no trains around here anywhere. It would have been in this area here. And this is correct because the aluminium train has one empty wagon because of the God knows where. That is correct. Because of the petroleum coke that I send down to the to the aluminium outpost. Let's just do that. I think that resets the filters. Yeah, it does. On you go. Could have teleported into who knows where. I have no idea where it might be. Yeah. Who knows where sounds good to me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I might have built a couple more foundations than what I needed, but that means I know that I can use this foundation here as an offset. And yeah, I have no idea. I suppose I could report it to Coffee Stain as a bug, but I think they have enough bugs to look at right now, and one missing train probably isn't all that important. Did I build something down there somewhere? No idea. That one is something that I'm curious about as well, but I'm sure that they have, as long as they don't change the recipe, because people, I mean, there are many people who are way ahead of where I am, because they build sensibly sized factories, and thus doesn't spend hours and hours and hours upon building outposts for Caterium and things like that. But as long as they don't change the recipe, if they just change what the grinder will give them in like ticket reward thingy, majingy price thing, I don't think people are going to complain that much. Great train robbery. That would also be interesting if they actually increase. Someone mentioned that the current balancing of nuclear waste was completely off. That they felt that they had ruined it. I was over in your Discord, wasn't it, Wally? I don't remember who or exactly how that was phrased, though. I have never built a nuclear reactor. More than 1,000 hours in the game, and I have not built one nuclear reactor. Ghostified Gamer, that's correct. And yes, it is excessive. You get, what, 20 per minute of nuclear waste now? That sounds like a lot. Yeah, per reactor, so that is a lot. That seems to be the 13th. Maybe he will be more well-behaved if I give him a little bit of cuddle, since he usually tends to go into kitten mode. Ah, you're drooling. There. Ah, look at this. Yeah, I know you want to hold my head, but if you just let me do this, yeah, and then we hold your paws like that, and this direction here. Yeah, thank you for dripping the drool on my fingers. I am so happy. I'm gonna go clean my hands. I wish I understood why cats did that. All of our cats have done that, like drool excessively when they get cuddles and attention. Not that I mind the drool, but it smells. It smells foul. Cat slime. Aw, thank you, Ollie. That's such a nice compliment. Oh dear. Oh, I have more coffee left. Guess who's back at my feet? Whoa. Well, that's one way of getting into the tube, I suppose. Omzig. But if you lie down there and you fall asleep, I am going to wake you up when I need to sit down, and that's not going to be too far off. If I get another web camera through that goal up there, I might add a camera. I could use the phone for that, I guess. That is something that I have been wondering. If it is possible to use, like, this phone here. It has a what? 48 megapixel camera. It could be possible to use that as a camera as well. Thank you very much, Grandbuster. I think I can too, but I have looked into it a couple of times, and the information that I found on it looks a little bit daunting. Because what I would have preferred then would have been to have the camera... like, I found some software which can do it via wireless network. That's not ideal. So the best way to get that to work would be if the camera software supported transferring the video via the USB cable. Because then you get two things. You both charge the phone, or rather you don't deplete the battery at least. So it stays at one resolution aspect. But you also get better transmission or data transmission rates, which is helpful. Of course, that does not that's not a good replacement for a proper camera. I mean, if I really wanted to get a proper camera, I would get a good camera and connect it with have a tripod, have that standing behind there. But that kind of money, I'm not even going to bother trying to neither have a goal for that, nor do I feel the need to invest that much money into showing my face on stream. I mean, if I were to invest money in something now, like if I get the goal for the camera, the next goal is going to be a 32-button Stream Deck, and after that it's going to be a new microphone with an interface, as we talked about earlier. That is something that I really want to invest in, but the Stream Deck might actually come after the microphone, because while I'm very happy and satisfied with the Yeti, sometimes, like what happened yesterday with the software wonkiness, if I had a microphone with a proper interface, then things like that won't happen. So, and I could sell the Yeti. I would get a decent price for that, since it's I am careful with my stuff, so I would probably get a decent price. It's an interface thing. Let's see here. I had a long chat with Liam earlier. The link. So this one. Snowballs, they are very good as a starter microphone. As in, if you have a headset and you're using like a headset microphone. Whoa. It actually cuts that out as well. That's impressive. So as a starting oh, that's the wrong window. As a starter microphone, if you just don't want to invest a lot of money into having better audio quality for your voice while you're doing videos or streams, I would say the Snowball is definitely worth it, yes. And then the Yeti is the step above that, but the Yeti is a little bit expensive. But the Snowball, yeah, I think that works pretty decently, actually. But if you get to a point where you actually have, where you do this regularly like I do, yeah, it is a mixer panel with a very simple interface. And the only point of it is to connect it to the PC, so that, because I can't very well connect an XLR cable to the PC. I don't think you'd even get a peripheral board that would supply XLR directly into the PC. Unsurprisingly, you have a Razer microphone. Yeah, yes, I understand. But yeah, if back to the Snowball, yes, it's definitely a good choice as a starter microphone. As Phasian says, it doesn't have the audio shaping circuitry that the Yeti has, because the Yeti has... I don't know if I can show that. Let me see. I might be able to. Depends on this software and how aggressive it is. I can show it. Sorry about the squeak. So there's two knobs here. This one being the gain, which is what I was struggling with yesterday. I found out that I fixed it differently. And this one, you can choose between cardioid mode, which is the one that I have it in. You can have it take up from both sides, like kind of an interview or a podcast with two people. You can set it in omnidirectional, where it catches everything around it. And there's a double cardioid mode that I don't really understand. I don't know what that's for. Probably podcast too, but different environment. Do you have a different power supply you can try those on, Peps? 3 different devices. That sounds like there's been some kind of a power surge killing the motor. Especially when if it happened to both devices at once. And that really, really sucks if you have lost 2 drives, 20 terabytes of stuff. Can you, like, connect it directly to a SATA power cable inside of your PC and see if it spins up then? Or have you already tried that? How am I going to do this? I already have these on level 4. Is this gonna be belt bonanza? Try direct plugin. Oh, that bites. Well, there is a company in Norway that can save the data for you if the data is important to you. They charge an extensive amount, but it is a possibility at least. So I need... Yeah, the 14 terabyte was the replacement, but that 14 terabyte you have an extended warranty on that, because that warranty might actually include data recovery if you have copied the data over to it, since it's a data center drive. If you don't figure it out, we can have a talk about it in private, either after the stream or tomorrow. If you go to, you haven't copied it over. Crap. A 550 watt should be enough for a 2060. Thank you so much, Groundbuster, and thank you so much for the lurk. And I might be here when you come back later. I need to... I'm going away too often today. I need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. There we go. So I need 5 belts in, 5 belts out, but they don't have to be on the same conveyor, thankfully. Otherwise that would be very, very annoying. But even though they are not going to be on the same conveyor... Okay, so what I have to do here is to take the quick wire out that way and then back in that way, because I can't have belts crisscrossing, and since I need 5 belts of each, I do not want to have 10 levels of belts here. which I can't use level 4, so it would have to be 3. No, I'm not going to build a 15 or 14 high tower of conveyor stacks. That's not happening at all. That is a nightmare. Phasian, this is for you. Okay, so I can take the belts in here. I think this is a good angle. Let's go to the refineries and check. Yeah, this works. I don't want it to clip into the refinery, so I'll probably clip into that one though, but I don't. Okay, I can do it out here, and I do like having it on the. There's ample space. I'll put them on that one. The 2060. If you're going to upgrade from a 1060, I don't think I would bother going to a 2060. I think I would rather try to go to a 2070. Obviously, I would recommend going to a 30-something, but... Very funny, Caledorn, very funny. Probably get it in 2022 if you're lucky. 2023, probably. No, I don't... What the 2060 offers over the 1060 is the tensor cores giving you some ray tracing ability, but I don't think that you would get a massive upgrade. I don't know what a 20 because of the silicon wafer. Ironically, since we're working on silicon and computers in here now, I don't think the global silicon wafer shortage is going to help much in regards to prices. Like, I was so lucky when I bought my 3080 because I actually got it at the MSRP price. And yes, what Peps is saying, it's basically just added ray tracing, and not very good at that either, because the ray tracing at the 2060 level it's not very good, to be honest. So I would rather not. I would recommend not doing that, actually. This is the God Emperor himself. This is the first wyvern I got. His name is Wiv, and he has been cuddled with extensively, because cuddling wyverns is very pleasant. And he also thinks that he's very fabulous. I have 7 of them currently, but I have 4 more incoming. I want to go... So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be... I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's what I feel about... I never even bothered getting a 20 series graphics card. I had a 1070 and I upgraded that to a 3080, which was a noticeable difference. I went from like 30 to 40 frames per second in Total War Warhammer 2, for instance, to 120. That was nice. Sorry, Gizmo, but you have to wave with a chair. I can go put him in another one. Depends. If you're in the US... I don't know if you can... I need it to be a little bit lower, actually. I don't know if you can... I mean, Newegg, Amazon and so forth. I think Phasian and Wally would be better equipped to answer the question in regards to where to search from.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, Arky. And welcome to the stream. I'm not that familiar with the American outlets. It's basically Amazon and Newegg that I'm familiar with, and also the PC part pickers. No, PC parts picker. That is a site that I've seen many commercials for instance, Linus Tech Tips videos and so forth. Probably going to have to go back to the base and pick up even more items for this stuff. Two, three. Yep. Okay, how am I gonna do this? I think you should be fine with a 550 water on, depending on your CPU. I think you should be fine on that on any non-3000 series and any non-80. A Voodoo 2! I actually had one of those back in the day. .84. I'm just going to have to try this, I think. 13 and then 12. 13 and then 12. No, the first PC we had actually had an EGA card. I don't know how I'm gonna build this. I really don't know. All I know is that I want the first ones to come... Oh, crap, I got that one. Uh-huh. That's gonna complicate things. Well, not really. But that is on height 4. So this one needs to be height 3 and 5, or rather 4 and 6, while this one at 5. The Titan is a bit overhyped, to be honest. A 3080 is actually better than any Titan series GPU currently, but then again they haven't released the 3000 series Titan, and I don't see them doing that anytime soon. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe that will be correct. Let's go to the correct belt setting. That's going to be on that level, so that's fine. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, I saw the leak about the 3080 Ti, but I'm not sure Nvidia dares release a Ti version of the card right now. It does make sense that they did release the 70 and the 60 because the GPU chip on those are basically the exact same chip that is on the 3090 and the 3080, but they are of a lower quality bin, so they are basically the chips that are unable to be used on stably on a 3090 or a 3080. Thank you so much for the lurk, Bully, and you have a nice dinner. And I'll see you when you get back, because I'm probably going to be here when you get back after dinner. It's very likely. So let's just really recheck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Almost fell down there. And then we have the autosave going on, of course. It's starting to take a bit longer. I wonder why. So for those of you who were here in the stream yesterday, the audio today is better, right? That is my audio. I haven't seen it go into the red more than once today. Good, thank you. I'm glad. And I at least managed to fix that crap, because that was really annoying. I have no idea what happened. There is no logic at all to what happened. I left the computer after the stream the previous day, and I closed the door to the office, which means that Gizmo can't get in here. And I went to bed, and nobody had been in the office when I woke up. And I sat down on the computer, and I didn't really check any audio settings. I wasn't doing anything except normal stuff, which is check the Discord server, chat a bit with people, browsing. And when I started streaming, then everything was just wonky. And nothing at all had changed since the last stream, so I have absolutely no clue how that had happened. Windows had not updated, because I have Windows 10 Enterprise, so I can actually choose when I want to install the updates. So it doesn't make sense. I've never had that happen before. I've had many weird things happen in technical stuff, but that's a new one. RCW. Random something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this one should be on that height. Which means we get... No, we don't. Yes, we get power pole clipping. But I don't care too much about power pole clipping in my production lines. I must resist the urge to go try to find that thing. Gamma cosmic rays, yeah. I guess that's as good an explanation as any, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna do something which is a little bit of a quick hack instead of building conveyors. So every second of these, I'm just gonna place a new merger. Because then I don't have to mess with having to place...
darling, I love it when you say...
Thank you so much for the tip, 00 Boomer. Very much appreciated. I don't need that. Yeah, it isn't even a hidden cave. It's just a glitch in the terrain. It's down there inside the rock, and there's no way to get in there. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to connect up the belts from here and over there, just to see that I got everything correct. And then connect that to there. Yes. Then we can do the lifts. And that started up the refinery. I should add some Murloc sound effects. The default Murloc sound effect for when they used to attack you back in World of Warcraft, that was great. Okay, we have those. Touching belts when there's power lines in the way is a little bit finicky. So we just do it the other way around as well. No, it doesn't really make it any easier to do it the other way around. Murlocs? Oh yes. I don't know how many times I've been killed by a Murloc. Yeah, thank you so much. It's very appreciated. The donation goal is set for improving things like and indeed I do get more from donations than I do from subs. So I'm trying to put the money back into getting better stuff, like this camera, which is from 2007. Impressively enough, I'm actually impressed that the camera is this good even after that many years. But it wasn't a cheap camera back then. It's a Microsoft Lifecam Cinema HD. I don't know why they call it HD since it's only 720p, but I guess that was HD back then, back in the days. But I want to have a better cam first, and then I want to have I want to try to get I'm going to get a new microphone. And I also need a new stream deck. Not the refinery, please. So since this is something that I do for not as a living, but I do it because it's fun. When I get donations, subscription money and stuff like that, I try to put as much as possible of that money back into content, either by hardware, peripherals, or games that are fun to stream or record. I think all of these now output their stuffs. It looks that way. Now for this one, that is on level 5. I'm going to need this to be on the same level. I'm going to have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that goes there. Oh, that is one too many then. No, it isn't. Confusing myself now. It should go to that one. Yes. And then we need a merger. Why, snap game there at the same height? Because we need each belt to be 13. Greetings, Thelorian, and welcome to the stream. I am on benefits from the Norwegian government because of my mental health issues. So the income that I get from the government for that, it's enough that I am able to lead a comfortable life. It's not you don't get rich from it. You never do from benefits, but that's also not the point of benefits. But I have a roof over my head. I have food, so I can even afford the occasional indulgence if I want to. So that's why the main reason why I started to do YouTube and now have branched out into streaming as well is because it's nice to have something to do, something to keep myself occupied. And since I love gaming, and that is what I would be doing a lot of the time anyways, why not combine the two? So that one needs to go one higher. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm going to count the 13 first. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why am I counting above? Beyond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm going to recount that when I place down the mergers. Peps, I don't believe you. I don't believe you one moment that you're sorry for that. I know I'm not. 3, 4, 5. Peps might have been kind of integral in my doing YouTube, and now also doing Twitch. 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and that should be correct. Let's just make sure. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Good. Looking doesn't count either. Not sure. Looking at what doesn't count. And yes, the things we do for friends. Sometimes even without knowing what we did for them. Because I don't think you knew at the time what you actually did for me. I don't think I had told you about my mental health stuff and things back then. Had I? I don't remember. It's a long time ago now. I'm old. Oh. Looking doesn't count as being sorry. That is a good point. Yeah, I didn't think I had. Okay, connecting belts at that height is not very fun, but it has to be done. I apologize if this makes anyone motion sick, because I can notice myself that this is not ideal. Oh, right. Of course. That doesn't work. Can I... When did I get the confidence to be open about my mental health? Okay, so I was asked by a friend of mine. That must be 7 years ago now, so 2014. That is 7 years ago. Summer 2015, I was asked by a friend of mine to help out as a volunteer in the local music festival that we have here in Arendal. That was it was a very simple volunteer job that involved, and this is a good time for me because I actually have everything counted up, so I can just continue when I'm done talking here. It was basically just selling not tickets but kind of vouchers. You would go to a stand where you would buy vouchers, and you could exchange those vouchers for beer or wine as a member of the audience. So I worked as a volunteer one day doing that, and the next year after that I decided to volunteer because it was fun, and I also got access to the concerts and stuff. And the year after that, or rather half a year after that, the guy who was in charge of because I think most festivals work like that. You have groups of volunteers, and each of those groups have a leader. And the leader of my group, he wanted to resign as leader, and I was asked if I wanted to take over the position as leader of the group, which was very surprising to me. And then I told the festival manager, the guy who is like the top of the leadership, about the mental health issues that I have, and he said to me that, well, worst case, I can always step in myself, or I can get someone else to step in, so let's give it a shot. So he gave me that confidence that, okay, I'm trusting you, but if it doesn't work out, then I have a backup plan, so let's try this. And I use medications, benzodiazepines, and I use those daily, which is not ideal, but I am on a steady dose, and I've been on a steady dose for many, many years. And I was very, very, very embarrassed about the fact that I used benzodiazepines daily. I'm using a mild benzo, but and the dosage I'm using has been the same for 8 years now. So anyone who has knowledge about benzos, they would know that the medication itself doesn't really do anything anymore, except that it takes away the abstinence effects or the withdrawal effects, because benzos are a very addictive medication, and I am addicted to the medication, but not in a sense of abusing the medication. And I am also in the process of tapering, but it takes a long time to taper because I've used them for so many years, so it's going to be a very long and arduous process. And then there was one the second year I worked, so that would be 2017, the second year that I worked, I had to work all day. When you're working in a festival, especially when on the leadership level, it's basically for the days the festival goes on, you wake up, you take a shower, you run out, you get breakfast at the festival offices, and you stay at the festival premises for the entire day. And when you finally go home, you just go to bed and repeat for the days the festival runs. And that meant that I had to take the medication in public. I could, of course, have chosen to go into a private room and just hid it away, but I decided, probably because of the trust that I had been given from the festival leadership, I decided that, nope, I'm going to be open about this. So I took the medication in public, and there was a very weird reaction from someone else. That is resolved. So after that, I decided that, you know what, I'm just going to be open and not be embarrassed about it or anything. So I figured that one of the people who has meant a great deal to me in regards to dealing with my mental health issues is Brené Brown, who talks a great deal about shame in her TED Talks, in her books. I've mentioned her previously on stream. And I highly encourage anyone I encourage everyone to go have a look at her. She has 2 TED Talks. They're both on TED.com and on YouTube. And a TED Talk is like 17-18 minutes, so it's not a lot of time. There are 2 of them. One of them is called The Power of Vulnerability, and the other one is called Listening to Shame. And those 2 videos, I also watched those around this time when these incidents happened. And the combination of all of these things is what triggered me to stop feeling ashamed, because I am who I am, with or without my condition, and there's nothing that can change that except me. And if someone doesn't like me because I have a mental health issue or because I use medication, then it is not my problem. That speaks more about them than it does about me. And I also believe very much in what Brené Brown says in her message, which is openness is not just beneficial to yourself, but it is also beneficial to others. So I like to believe that through being open about my mental health conditions, I also help others by showing them that it is possible to be open and not ashamed. Yeah, I used to take SSRIs. Actually, I used to take both an SSRI at first, and then the psychologist. It was actually a psychologist. Decided to put me on an SNRI. That was not fun to taper, but at the end it didn't work very well. The SNRI it worked for a while, but then it stopped working, and I didn't want to up the dose, so I asked if I could taper instead. Thank you, Pete. Very much appreciated. And then this was back when I was able to work, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then I had a very serious allergic reaction to a penicillin cure, which that's when I ended up on benefits, because my stomach reacted really badly to that penicillin cure. and I cannot take penicillin. So if I need to have antibiotics, I need to have the artificial antibiotics. Thankfully, I don't need antibiotics very often. It's very rare. That was 6, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me just place down these 7, 8, 9. That's wrong. Yeah, I'm confused by all of the lines now. That one is wrong. It's gonna be 11. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm happy to share, and thank you so much for your kind response as well. That goes for several of you. The one thing that I'm a bit miffed about when it comes to SSRIs in particular is that I feel that doctors and psychiatrists are a bit... That is a good question. I'll look into that, Phasian. Could you poke me a message, private message, just so I know that there is, so that I don't forget it? Yeah, I think they're a bit trigger happy on that type of medication, because that type of medication is very beneficial if used correctly. But I think that for that type of medication to actually have its maximum benefit, as far as I've been able to tell, it needs to be combined with sorry, with a good counseling, therapy. And if you just give a person SSRIs or SNRIs, it doesn't really I guess it balances out the... If you have a mood pattern that goes like that, I guess it balances out so it's more like this. But you don't really solve the problem. You just get a flatter kind of pattern. Yeah, exactly. And if you then have a long period, like if you then use those types of medication, like I was using SSRI, SNRI for 10 years, and so after a year or so, if you don't have proper follow-up by a therapist, your body will adjust to the new levels of serotonin and if you're on an SNRI, also the noradrenaline. And then gradually, I think that flat curve becomes more and more back to where it used to be. Because the human bodies are actually most, or all bodies of things that are alive are quite marvelous in that fact that I mean, you have people who are smokers who smoke for 70 years and they don't develop lung cancer or anything. Of course, you have the ones that do too, but genetics, so forth. It is quite amazing how well the human body or an animal's body is able to adapt and adjust to situations that, or poisons, toxins, anything really, when it needs to, and that's really one of the more amazing things about life, and how things work. Those power lines are really in the way. ADHD and borderline personality disorder, and you hate having to take medication, and you had had to take them since you were about 7 years old. You have Asperger's, which is on the autism spectrum. Yeah. That's That's a lot of stuff to deal with there. I have several members in my family who also have ADHD, and some of that medication is rough. I'm good at theoretical stuff to a certain degree. I like reading books, but I am also very hands-on. Like, I have Voice Meter on my computer, which is kind of like a virtual mixer system. It's like you have a instead of having a physical mixer where you plug in the cables and you route the cables from port that to port that, you just have it virtually, and it's quite complicated. It looks very intimidating when you look at Voice Meter, and to wrap my head around it, I had to draw on a piece of paper. I had to literally draw a box where I had to annotate what was what, and then I had to draw where the cables went, and that's where when I finally understood what the heck this thing was doing. Yeah, I have several friends who have recovered from drug addiction as well, and it's like how they haven't died from all the stuff they put into their bodies, and now live lives where there's very little residual damage. There is some, but very little residual damage. Some concentration issues, some sleep issues mostly. Those are the most common things I've seen. But their bodies have mostly healed like 98%. It is quite amazing how much the body is able to deal with. So yeah, life is really we are quite some amazing creatures, both humans and other living beings. I need that to go there. Caffeine too is a good example. Like if I were to drink as much coffee as you do in a day, I would be very, very sick. I have a very low tolerance to caffeine. There was once when I took a caffeine pill. I think it was 60 milligrams, which is basically the same amount of caffeine as you get from 1 cup of coffee. So it's not much at all. And I had a severe reaction. Like I had hallucinations, which is weird from caffeine. I had a high fever, and I just had to lie down on a bed, and the entire bedroom smelled like caffeine, because I was sweating caffeine at the time. This is many years ago now. I haven't touched caffeine pills since then. But I don't get that reaction if I drink a cup of coffee, which is, it's kind of weird. It's about the same amount of caffeine, but yet when taking it in pill form, my body cannot deal with it. From a cup of coffee, I'm fine. I get that little extra boost of alertness, the comfort. Well, even if I were able to deal with taking caffeine pills, I would still not forego the pure joy of having a cup of coffee, because I love the taste. It's just so... I don't drink my coffee black though. There are a couple of coffees I can drink black, but they are really expensive. And yeah. So that's not on the table for me. But the taste of coffee, like the first cup of coffee in the morning, especially if it's a sunny day like it was today, just sitting outside in the fresh air, having a cup of coffee with the sun, it's just wonderful. That is a point, Pete, indeed. I usually don't gulp down an entire cup of coffee, even if I have these, as Pep say, small cups, because I like to savor it, because it's just I drink 2 cups, maybe 3 cups of coffee a day, And it's these, as I showed earlier, these small cups. So I'm guessing that's maybe like, I don't know, 2.5 deciliters, maybe 3 deciliters total. And how I make my coffee is that I have one espresso shot, and then I have 200 milliliters. That doesn't seem too off. So one espresso shot, high allium, or I've already forgotten something cheese. But yeah, I have one shot of espresso, and then I have the one, like two shots of just pure water. So it's basically an Americano, and then I have so that's 60% coffee and water. Limp cheese, thank you. And the rest milk. Caffeine is actually, if you drink coffee in moderation, like I think the maximum 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think the maximum recommended dose is 6 cups per day. It's healthy actually to drink coffee, because it has a very high amount of antioxidants, and it's actually, contrary to what many people say, it's actually beneficial for the heart. But if you have more than 4 cups of coffee, that's when it starts affecting the blood pressure and stuff like that, potentially negatively, depending of course on your tolerance level to it. As for the energy drinks, I cannot drink energy drinks. I get not as intense a reaction from an energy drink like a Red Bull as I do from a caffeine pill, but it's too much. I think that one of the things that I react to in energy drinks is probably the taurine. Taurine, is it pronounced that way? I don't know. The amino acid. Cats do not produce taurine naturally, but we do. So cat food has added taurine to it, but we're not supposed to have taurine in our diet because our body produces and balances the levels of taurine we need ourselves. Your examples for how to pronounce things are always much appreciated, Sebastian. Brilliant. Let me just figure out what angle this one is going to be on. Wow. Considering how high of a resistance or tolerance level you have to caffeine, and one energy drink gives you that, that is impressive, Peps. There is one energy drink that I can drink, and it has the most amazing name. Balls. It's a British one, but it's based on guarana. And I don't think it has added taurine. Yeah, I think the combination is what makes me skittish towards drinking energy drinks as well. Balls is really, yeah, ThinkGeek used to sell it, and also I could get it at 7-Eleven here in Norway. But I actually discovered it when I was on vacation to Denmark. And it was the bottle that had me interested, because blue is that particular blue color that they have on those bottles is a very, very pleasant color. So I guess I fell victim to good marketing there. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me just finish up. Thank you for reminding me, actually. Let's just... Yeah, because those are going to be on... Two of them are going to be on this height, and then the rest of them are going to be on the next one. But didn't I? Yeah, I did have a belt under there. I thought so. Wait. Is that a visual illusion, or is there something not completely right with this one? No, it is correct. Okay, so that one goes there. It's the power lines. They are very good at confusing me when it comes to. Wait, that one is wrong. There was something that didn't add up here. That's better. Welcome back, Wally. Are you still making dinner, or have you already eaten? Ah, you're probably on the phone. Okay, I will listen to the very good advice from Peps there, and I will go take a break, stretch my legs a bit, go out and have some fresh air. But as we have come to expect when I take a break, that means that we are going to go on a ride. Four packs? One bottle was plenty of... You have consumed mass quantities. Excellent. That is what we like to hear. On phone TV. Yeah. We're gonna go to the Northern Forest because that is a long way off. We can visit the main oil refinery. And we can go to the aluminium outpost in the Red Swamp, and then we can go to the main base, and finally we can go back here. That should give me about 8 or so minutes of break time. So you guys enjoy your ride, and I will be back very soon. I'm back at the computer, but there is something that I want to fix, so I'll just leave the be right back and mute the microphone again, but I'll stop the train at the Caterium outpost, so I'll be with you very shortly. Well, that was good timing. I figured out why my Discord and Twitch integration doesn't work, as in why Discord isn't showing me as streaming. It is because, of course, I have enabled two-factor authentication on Twitch, and the integration has thus been broken and needs to be reapplied. And I can't do that while I'm streaming, because Discord doesn't like that. So that's, of course, the reason for why I didn't turn purple. I'm pretty sure because everything had to be relogged in. I'm not sure how that works with the 2FA thing, because it says remember this device for 30 days, and then apparently you have to put it in again. So I'm not sure. Anyhow, welcome so much to the newcomers who seem to have arrived while I was away. Spooder the Noodle, welcome so much. And we're working on making oodles and oodles of quickwire here at this little minor outpost for Caterium. Well, I guess refining, since I'm not really smelting it, but I'm refining it. And then I'm just going to use the basic recipe for the Caterium wire. That means I don't have to add copper, nor do I need over 9,000 quickwire yet. But when I looked at the recipes yesterday, I realized that I'm probably going to need more than the 3,000 quickwire I'm going to produce from this. Depending on... Not depending on, based on how I build things. Okay, so I have four belts. This fourth belt isn't full. And there's going to be a fifth belt. I think that yeah, I think it was 11. I need to oops, I didn't need to jump there. I can do a Wally. That's what Wally does whenever he wants to do something. Like jump, for instance, or hit something, then... So I've just dubbed this a Wally. Muted? Oh, no. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I was right on the mark there. How often do you mean to hit R? What does R do? There's nothing here. Where I am right now is a factory indeed, or rather it's a refinery currently. 12 times 11. I have a main base. And then I have multiple outposts, yes. This is one of the outposts, and I'm using... I slightly regret that, but they have fixed some of the issues now in the latest patch, thankfully. I'm using trains, and I can't wait until I get the new drones unlocked so that I can actually use those for outposts as well. But this is the outpost where I'm bringing the Caterium ore. Oh, yeah, of course, so... Oh, that's extra annoying then. If you... Well, I don't have any copper sheets, but... does that remove the active build, so you have to redo the pipe thing? Because I can easily imagine it does that. I probably should connect up these. 2, 3. I really don't need to count these. Yep, it does. Well, that sounds fun then. I'm sure you haven't been annoyed by that at all. There's also a lot of mergers and splitters that I need to clean up here. I probably should do that actually, because I'm going to have to build more of them soon. Oh yes, the belt madness is real. That is very true. What? Why are you not outputting anything? Apparently you're not getting hit. Oh. Oh, that might explain things. What do you mean you're annoyed when I make fun of you? How? I don't understand how that would annoy you. Yeah, let's do this from this side so I don't accidentally deconstruct the power line. Let's wait for the autosave. Thank you. Yeah, see, I don't see a problem then. It's all good, it's all good. He's a humanoid. Wally? Wally's a humanoid? Are you sure? Thank you so much, Fire Razor, and thank you for popping in. And I do apologize about all the pings, but there has been some slight technical difficulties both yesterday and today. So normally there should only be 2 pings. One for I'm going online in 30 or less minutes, and then the bot ping. That's the normal berry. So you have a good night and sleep tight, and I will see you around soon. Humanoid. Okay, this one I'm not sure I want to deconstruct things there. I think I'll just take the bottom ones, because I think all of the other ones are connected. Now that one isn't connected. Nor will it be, actually. So that one is fine to remove. Removed everything there. And I have removed everything here. Good. That gave us back a good amount of plates and rods, but I have a suspicion that we need to go back to base to pick up more rods. Wait, I completely forgot to replace those foundations up here, didn't I? Let's just copy that one. Okay, so we are going to have splitters coming down here. Now, here I believe I can use a distance of 2. And... okay, so that's going to be 4 of them. The randomness of these inputs and outputs is bizarre to me. And I never cease to be confused and amazed at how random this is. Nope. That way. There we go. And then this comes in on... okay, Pete, you have a good night's sleep, and I will see you again very soon. Thank you so much for joining the stream. And thank you again so much for the sub. There we go. I think that when we're done with this, we're gonna go slug hunting, because I need to do something else than work with belts for half an hour after this is done. And I do need more slugs. Like so. And then... hard drives I don't need, but I definitely need more slugs. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this one. Copy. I don't understand why they didn't just add a paste button here. It's probably gonna come though, because I am very certain that I'm not the only one who has been confounded by both the decision to make Control-C and Control-V, the buttons for copy and paste, and then not making them remappable. No, I have not gotten that, because I have to actually have the relevant tier unlocked in the hub. So there's a gating there. You can't get alternate recipes for a recipe that you do not have unlocked yet. Which makes sense. Otherwise, it would probably confuse new players greatly. Nope. Well, I might have it. But I don't know... Well, Hold on. Yes, I did get it. I have the alternate recipes that I've gotten from update 4 is sloppy alumina, the radio control system, the alclad casing, diluted fuel, automated miner, which is... Now that I see it again, I am completely and utterly confounded as to why they added that and why anyone would use it. Especially since they added the ability to just... It's a recipe to make those portable miners automatically in a manufacturer at a much higher cost than the regular just iron plates and iron rods that you would use to handcraft them. And then, yeah, exactly why. They even added the ability to... When you need to handcraft something, you can just double tap spacebar instead of holding it down, and it just continues handcrafting as long as you have the crafting table open. I mean, yes, you do need the automated miners for making drones, but how many drones do you need? 2. That also doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure if automating drones is worth it either. So I don't know. Anyhow, moving on, I also got the turbo blend fuel, so I can make turbo fuel in the blender. And I got steel canisters, and I got the coated iron canisters. I've just taken all of them. If I research a hard drive now, I just get the message that there are no more recipes to research, and I get the hard drive back. I'm gonna put down the power poles first, I think, before I do the lifts. Yeah, if you can't automate the drones because they're a vehicle, then it makes even less sense unless they are planning for some kind of automation system for the drones in the future that we're unaware of course. That would be neat, like if you could automate like in Factorio, but since one drone pad can only... Well then. Okay, interesting. Since you can only have one drone per pad, that it doesn't make sense that you should be able to automate that either. But we don't know what they're going to make down the line. No, it doesn't make sense to me why you would automate the... And again, on top of that, you wouldn't really be mass producing either, since they stack in ones. So you would fill one container with, is it 32, 48, 42, and that's it. It might be something that they're planning in the future, I don't know. But the recipe to me at the current time is completely and utterly useless. Thank you so much for the subscription, Wazations. Very much appreciated. I'm still using the default notification for that. I'm going to make the proper sound effects and proper stuff for that, but since I got the affiliate this morning, I haven't had the time to actually do all the things. I barely got the redeemable rewards in. Made a couple of those. But I wanted to have some kind of notification because when I started the stream, I didn't even have the notifications enabled because I had forgotten to enable them in Stream Elements. Okay, so all of these are connected up, and we need to place more foundations because I want these to go in at the other side of this beam. Well, I don't know if I need the foundations there. Thank you. It is actually quite organized, in all humility. I've yeah, since we have new viewers, and someone has asked about it, let me thank you so much for the subscription, Catherine, and welcome to the stream. Let's see here, upload. Very much appreciated. I feel very humble that you guys like my content enough to want to subscribe. Thank you. Oh, hype train incoming. Okay. Well then. I don't have any exclusive emotes to give away though. Haven't gotten that far yet. But yay, my first hype train. Thank you guys. I think I'm, yeah, I think I'm slightly blushing again. Thank you guys. Wow, okay, well done. Thank you. Wow. I don't know what to say right now. More blush indeed. What else can you say than thank you? I don't know. Color correction isn't working again. Yeah. Thank you. Let's try to I definitely feel quite warm, and yes, my palms are.
All right, I've got hairy palms. So?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's try to do this hairy, sweaty palms. I promise I do not have sweat. Well, they are sweaty. That's true actually right now, but they are not hairy.
Come closer. I don't bite. Often. Usually. Sometimes. Actually, you might want to keep your distance.
Like that. Let's just remove the nodes as well. And the resource nodes. Okay. Now I can show... now I can show. So this outpost down here is where we are current... Oh, there is so much stuff on the map that even the browser doesn't like it. So this is the outpost we're working on right now, where I have 65 refineries. Not all of them are working because I need the Mark III miners before I can get... Wow, okay. Thank you. So, the first hype train, and if I don't completely got that wrong, I think it actually, yeah, level 4 complete. You guys are great. I just feel very humble right now. Thank you to all of you. I very much feel loved right now, Catherine. Thank you very much. Playing the game obviously is not allowed. There's a lot of founder tags being awarded though, that's nice. At least that's something that I can... that you guys get for subscribing today. Ah. Any hype train is considered the break the streamer. Yeah, I can see that right now. I've seen hype trains from the other perspective, but experiencing it personally, that's something new. I'm gonna try to continue to explain until someone potentially tries to break me again. They probably will be able to if they try. Yeah, Caterium outpost here, good. 65 refineries, good. Thank you. Posture check indeed. Posture check indeed. What I need to do is to add that voice over that Sealy has, the French lady. I love it when I love to break Sealy with using that for counting in French. That is very fun, especially when you have long numbers counting in French, and you can see the yeah, I think it's Closette or Claudette. I don't remember. I need to add that. She has a very a pleasant voice, but of course she does it in French, not in English. Thank you, Phasian. You guys are just amazing. Yeah. Wyvern time. He's also very, very grateful. The God Emperor himself. So yeah, well, 65 refineries, and I spent a mere 5 hours yesterday building the refineries and the foundations for them, and these water extractors down here. I also spent a little bit of time pondering how to get 3 and 3 of them together, because they're producing 600 per pipe, and this one is a little bit less. Yes, there are emotes incoming. I actually ordered more emotes, or I ordered emotes before I even considered Twitch for a different purpose, but they are going to be perfect for using here as well. But I'm not going to show them. I have these sketches and they are absolutely adorable. I'm not going to show them until they're done. This is a copper smelting outpost, and what I have done in this factory, Catherine is going to think me absolutely crazy for this. I know. How to completely and utterly, totally break me. Choo-choo, hype rock indeed. Thank you so much. Everyone, thank you so much. Thou shalt not stream. So this little outpost here is sort of an aberration, because what I did in the factory is that all of the foundations, including the ones you see here, are on the same grid, with the exception of the foundations out here. This is the main refinery area, where I also have my power. 135 of these fuel generators burning turbo fuel. But everything is oriented the same, except for that aberration that I had over there with the copper. This is. But I'm not going to change it. I don't want to rebuild the foundation. So because usually when you take away a foundation, you have to have the replacement at the exact same height, and I don't have the inclination to tear down all of these smelters and rebuild them just for that, so that's fine. But since I had the train line and I built the foundations underneath the train line, that gave me the option to get the foundations on the same grid alignment everywhere, because the train foundations are obviously on the same grid alignment as the main base. So this down here, that's the aluminium processing plant. Yeah, I know what you mean there. I don't get triggered by it though. Like if I go to the copper outpost, it's fine, thankfully. But I do like to have things tidy and neat and organized, especially in a factory like this. So I get bauxite from building out here in the red swamp. That was not enjoyable at all. The place is a veritable horrible place. There's poison thingies. I don't know if they're plants or if they're rocks or whatever they are, but they're everywhere. And in addition, on this river bend here, there are some boss spiders, and they are bugged. So, and they still are. So be aware of that when you go to the red swamp, because they hit you for like 3.5 or 4 pips, and you can't see them until they're in your face. And the moment they've hit you, they just phase out of existence again, because spiders like to run back and forth. And the only way I got rid of them was by some randomly throwing around nobelisks, and that seemed to kill them off. So I also get some bauxite from out here, and I get copper from this node and this node, so that I can use the alclad casing recipe. Every single recipe in the actual aluminium processing are alternate ones. So I'm using the sloppy alumina, which every time I mention that recipe, I don't understand why they have called it sloppy, because it's actually pure alumina, since it doesn't have any byproduct. This map is on Satisfactory calculator, so the link is here, and you can upload your save game and you get this. It's very useful. You can see where the nodes are, you can see what nodes you have tapped, because for instance these are bauxite nodes, and if I enable bauxite, you can see that there are icons, but they're grayed out, whereas the bauxite node there, that I haven't tapped, shows clear. And they have dark red for impure, and the normal ones are... I don't remember what color they are. Let's see. The normal ones are a lighter red, and the pure ones are green. But I've been very dependent upon this map. You can also edit in stuff, or if you have bugged vehicles that fall out of the world, you can actually edit them and reload the save, because you can download the save from the website again by using this download save game. And especially for streaming, if you don't want to spend a lot of time hard drive hunting, you can actually edit hard drives in. You can edit anything in, really. If I go to... I don't know if it works on... Here, I can edit the freight platform inventory, and then I can change what is in the container, and you could... So I could change this to be 100 yellow power slugs if I wanted to. But I try to avoid doing that, but yes, You could, if it weren't for the fact that it's so... I mean, for the foundations, that actually, I know you're joking there, Catherine, but for the foundations, that's actually not such a bad idea. But it's such a slow thing when you're dealing with a base this size. Besides, you have the mod for foundations that I hope that they will enable again soon. Because I miss that. Smart. This here is the main base. So there's a smelting area down here at the desert level. Not till April. Oh dear. I don't want to cover the world in foundations. That's also why I'm using glass foundations, so you can see the world. And you also get these interesting shadows and patterns. But here is where I'm producing all of the basic products on... This is the lower level, and this is like a higher level, so there's some ramps here going up to that level. But I think that when we get to the next point, I'm probably going to have to accept having not just... Because the plan was to just have manufacturers up here. If I could... There I can. So I'm producing crystal oscillators there. But I had to cave in and have some assemblers. So I think I'm going to have assemblers up there as well. And just extend it out over the desert. The refinery I've already shown. That's the old coal power plant. Still working. These are the oil nodes. Out here, I'm getting more oil. And yeah, this is the quartz outpost where I'm making silica. There are 3 more nodes down here that I haven't started like mining it yet. I put down the miners, but I'm not producing anything here. But I might need that quartz for making more silica because I wanted to use the alternate recipe for computers, I think it was, that also requires silica. I don't remember right now. Can I see that here? Game resources. Items. Silica. Well, it's used in non-fissile uranium, but I don't know if that is a necessary one. But this was the primary one that I needed it for, the silicon circuit boards. Yeah, I'm going to need silica for the nuclear as well, I see. It's probably a good idea to like mods that I've used. When I used mods back in Update 3, I was very conscious about picking the 3 mods that I used were quality of life mods. Mods that wouldn't break the game if I removed them. It was a very simple sign mod. And those signs, they just disappeared. They're just not there. I had the Always Day mod so that I could force the game to be either always day, or I just set the night cycle to be very, very fast to avoid plants not regrowing. And it was the smart mod that enabled me to build foundations, like a massive amount of foundations. You need to have the concrete in your inventory, but you can hold down shift and control and just roll the mouse wheel, and you just place a line, and then you can drag it out the other way. So you can just place one huge flat area of foundations with one click on the mouse and a couple of mouse wheel scrolls, instead of having to place each single foundation, which helps a lot when it comes to time consumption. And I'm one of those who are absolutely dependent. Like, if you were to give me a real challenge in Satisfactory, it would be Caledorn, go build a base, and do not use foundations. That would be a challenge for me. Foundation manifold, I like that. So foundations, because of the way that I build, the foundations just make my life so much easier. I don't use them everywhere. Like, for instance, down there, I have belts going into the factory, and then I don't bother building foundations. That's just a waste of time. Or at least for me, it's a waste of time. I shall not define what is a waste of time for others. That is not my place. But this, for instance, if I had the smart foundations, I would hold there, and I would. There is a text there, Catherine. You should read the text on that specific redeem thing. I think the devs plan to add mass placement of foundations without having to use mods. And I guess that if they add it themselves, it would be more reasonable. Like, you can place 50 or 100 foundations at once, not 2,000. But yeah, it would be nice if they did that. Same with walls. I'm not a huge fan of walls, but if you have the walls with the windows, it's fine. But I don't like building things in the way that I like to build my factories. But walls can be useful in certain instances for me as well. It'll be a death that will result in a new life free of the fetters of the grid. That wasn't what I was referring to. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, yeah, okay. That calls for a song.
Hey, diddle diddle, the mucus and the spittle, the corpse sank in the lagoon. The Murloc said, to see such a sight, and the dwarf spanked the baboon.
There you go. Breathe, Caledorn, breathe. And remember to hydrate. I seem to have woken up Wally now. You're not opposed to music while I build, no? Oh dear. Yeah. I just had the most horrible thought here. How did I phrase that? Thank you. Good. Woken? Yeah, you've been quiet, so I assume you've been asleep. Oh, and I do apologize if I've missed things in the chat. Someone has kept breaking me here, so I'm pretty sure that I've missed something in the chat. It is not my intention. I try to pay attention to the chat as much as possible, but occasionally when people break me, yeah. Don't feel afraid to repeat things if I miss something in chat. That's perfectly fine. Okay. Well, there's already a mass building mod called Area Actions. Yeah, but they actually have that with the Smart as well. Smart used to be foundations and walls, but they added all kinds of things in there. Like you could. Thank you so much, Peps. You can like this line here. If I had Smart, I could just put down the first one and just roll the mouse wheel, and boom, you get a line of them. So I Could it potentially be that they have added or combined those two mods? I'm glad that someone remembers to do that, because I'm not... I try to remember to do the shoutouts, but then again, I tend to forget as well, especially when I'm concentrated or when I'm being broken. I don't think so. I did a shout out for Limp Cheese before he popped in, actually. So you were actually shouted out before you even came to the stream. I like the reaction though. Wait. Yeah, we were discussing, or rather I was talking about the potential future microphone change that we talked about, and I mentioned the anyone home? No? Please wake up, gnomes. Interface! The interface. I mentioned the interface. And then, since you helped me with that, I felt it was appropriate to give you a shout out. Yep, the Scarlet. So the Scarlet was what I am really... You guys have truly broken me. The Scarlet is what prompted my brain to give you a shout out, because reasons. That sounds good. I like this explanation. Heresy. I forgot a power pole. Elite Dangerous is one of those games that I have it, I own it, I've tried to play it, and it overwhelmed me completely and utterly. But I do have that controller option. I also have that joystick option, so I should try the game again using both of those and see what feels best. I have experience with this, Liam, as I mentioned to you earlier. Lord of Tentacles. It wasn't by choice. I just embraced it. There's someone around here in this very chat now that is very much to blame for my my title there. Then again, I guess I should just blame myself, because I tried to make fun of said person who mentioned something about tentacles being decorative. Was it in Anno 1800 or was it in Factorio? I can't remember. I know that tentacles was a thing in our Anno 1800 series, but I don't remember if that came up in Factorio, if it came up in Anno. I actually did try to stop it at first. Oh, it was in World of Warcraft, was it? Wow. Catherine can attest to the fact that I did try to stop it at first. But at a certain point I just realized that, we were in Borealis Harbor. Oh yeah! Yeah, now I remember. Huh. Those were good times. It wasn't the best expansion, but you were blushing while checking your mail. It wasn't the best expansion, but especially not with that gosh darn Azerite crap that they added to the game. But there is one thing that I will give them that doesn't just relate to the community, because the community, like when we play together in the community, that's always nice, but the music, the soundtrack in that expansion is probably, not just probably, I haven't heard much of the new expansion, but it's the best soundtrack in World of Warcraft, that expansion. I don't know about the new one though. I don't remember the name of the zone now, but the zone that was like Nagrand, but it had that Temple of Storms. I actually just flew up there just to sit and listen to the music, because the music was so nice while I was chatting with people in the guild. Yeah, Stormsong Valley. Thank you. Yeah, the music in that expansion was really, really good. They usually do have good soundtracks. I mean, one of the, or actually two, or maybe it's even three of the, it is 2 or 3 of the artists that, or composers that they use to make the soundtracks are among the artists that I actually listen to. One of them being David Arkenstone. He has a lot of very, very good music tracks on. Yeah, you'll find him anywhere basically. I think, whether it's Spotify. Or any of he's very likely present on YouTube as well. The last song I found of David Arkenstone was is a remix of or a not remix. What do they call it? Remastered version. It's called Maeve Rose Escape. I believe that is an actual folk song or something, Celtic folk song. They also used that one in Black and White 2, I believe, that specific song. I don't want a merger there, I want a splitter there. And this one needs to be 5 up. Oh, you've been farming a giant honeybee mount. Ah, that takes time, doesn't it? One thing about the Dungeon Finder though, if the Dungeon Finder had been server only, I think I would have enjoyed it a little bit more. Because I do remember the times when you had to, like, let's take an example. If let's say you were going to do, what was the name of that, where Baron Rivendare is? Eesh, I forgot the name. In a long, long time since I played World of Warcraft now. The city in Plaguelands, that is an instance where Arthas goes bonkers. So let's say you wanted to do that instance, and one of the players that you wanted to do the instance together with was on the other continent. Yeah, the Dead City. I don't remember the name of it. It's where the Scourge Plague started, I believe, in the lore. How can I have forgotten the name of that instance? It's one of my favorite instances from the original World of Warcraft, back when level 60 was the real deal level 60. Stratholme, thank you. Stratholme, that was the one. So say you wanted to do Stratholme back in the original WoW, and you had players, like, you would be waiting there for up to an hour to get to get the party together if the players were far enough away, and that wasn't very enjoyable to just wait. So, well, if you started in the middle of the Wrath of the Lich King, you actually came at a very good time, because I think that was about around the true height of when World of Warcraft was at its very best. Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, the raids then, hold on. No, I'm doing this right. Yeah, that's true. If you start at that point. I don't know why I'm using Mark 5 belts here. I most definitely do not need Mark 5 belts, but that's what I have the resources for currently. I actually started playing World of Warcraft in the beta. And I remember all the hype when they announced Classic. And I also remember very distinctly that I did not want to play Classic, because I could very well remember how long it took to farm something in WoW Classic. How long it took to level up the weapon skills. Everything took so much longer. And while the start, or rather where World of Warcraft was at when I last played it, things went very fast. You could level up to the max level in a week. Or you could actually do it in a couple of days if you were hardcore enough. But yes, I did that right. There is a balance here to be had. That balance being between things shouldn't go too quickly, but at the same time it shouldn't take months either. For a casual player, I'm not talking about those people who can level up a character like in Classic. The original Classic, you could actually level up a character in like 7 days, but you would have to be playing like 16 to 18 hours per day. And you would have to know exactly what path to take, what route to take. And with the new system of leveling in Shadowlands, you can choose where you want to play. So I like that system. They borrowed that from games like Elder Scrolls Online and stuff like that, where the mobs scale with you regardless of where you are, except for no. Even inside the instances, the mob scale in Elder Scrolls Online. But I like that idea that the mobs scale instead of having a set level per zone. I need to go to the bathroom. And I should refill my water glass as well. But I won't be away for very long, so I won't bother with a train trip this time. So I'll just pause here and I will be right back. And back. I see you're discussing Excel online. You are right about that horror story. I have a friend who played Excel online, as I like to call it, extensively. He had played it for several years, and for those of you who are familiar with the game, you will know what system JITA is. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the game, JITA is the highest security system in the game. And it's also the system in the game that is has the highest security level. So that's where the AI really, like if a player attacks another player there, you'll be jumped by the I don't remember the name of the security forces, but they'll be at you in like 15 to 20 seconds. So it should be kind of like the safest place you could possibly go to in EVE Online. You would be very protected when going there. And my friend, who had played for many years, he had gathered all his belongings in a ship, and he was doing this in low traffic hours as well, to make sure that he was doing this at the most sensible time to do it. And he had some blueprints that were worth, and this is a couple of years ago, so the value of ISK, which is the in-game currency, I love that they call it ISK because that is also the abbreviation of Icelandic or Islandsk krone, so the actual currency of Iceland. And the moment he popped out of the gate in JITA, he got jumped. Immediately he was killed, and the people who killed him managed to loot him and jump out before the security managed to even get there, because he was in his capsule, so he could see them take his stuff and leave. And he never played the game after that. That was like 2.5 years of time investment in the game gone like that. And I can understand why he doesn't want to play the game again. I don't know how they did it, if it was a bug at the time that meant that maybe the security forces were a little bit slower than usual, or if it was someone who had found some way to cheese the game, which is not uncommon in EVE. But the aspect that I like about EVE, like, I don't like to play the game myself. I'm generally not a very competitive person, possibly except for board games. But even with board games, I usually like to compete against my own old records or whatever, more than I like to compete against the other players. But EVE Online is cutthroat competitive. But the one thing that I like about EVE Online is like when something major happens in the game, it usually ends up as headlines on the on various gaming sites, and I always like to read more than the gaming sites give in information. So I will usually go actively look up that information, because the internal politics that goes on in EVE Online it's like a massive sandbox, more or less, which is, from a psychological perspective, and that is of course due to my own mental health problems, I have a higher than average interest in psychology, to the extent that I will actually read what's it called? like, books that psychologists, theoretical books on psychology. My brain failed me here when it comes to the term. Just because I find it interesting. I'm a bit weird that way. And EVE Online is like reading like how a game can become that competitive is very puzzling to me and fascinating as an aspect of human behavior and human psychology. That goes there. Go there, and you go. Yeah. Hello. Thank you. I think I built one too many here. I think it's this one, autosave incoming. But when it comes to multiplayer, even that one is wrong. When it comes to MMOs, I've played most of them. Wait. Right. Well then. My education level, thank you for the compliment. My education level is actually mostly self-taught when it comes to most things, because where my actual mental health issues started is because I was bullied in school, which meant that I dropped out of the... I don't know how that translates to the American school system. But in Norway you have of course kindergarten, which isn't part of the school system as per se. But then you have elementary school, and elementary school is split up into two parts, which is these days it was one less year when I was young. They added another year to it. So when I was young, you started school at the age of 7. Now you start the school at the age of 6 in Norway. And when you come to 7th grade, when you've done with that in the modern Norwegian, that used to be 6th grade for me, then you go to the adolescent level of the elementary school. So the elementary school is kind of like divided into two parts there. And when you're done with that, you are 16 years old, and that's when you will go to what we call we call it videregående, which would translate into what does that translate into? I'm sure Google has a response or an answer for me here. Upper secondary school is what it's called in England. In the United States, it would be high school. And that's where I dropped out, because that's where I was bullied. So I never completed the American equivalent of high school. Simply because I tried several times to get back into it. And the school system in Norway is organized in such a fashion that you have a right. I could even go and get it today if I wanted to. I have a right to get that education. So if I didn't have my mental health issues, I would. But most of what I'm very lucky in the sense that I have a father who is a teacher. It's a bit of a weird combination because he's an English teacher and a gymnastics teacher. He's a pensioner now. but he used to work as a teacher, combining those two very strange combinations of I don't know if grades is the correct word there, but classes, I think, classes to teach in. So, oh, I need to go get more iron plate. So, he's a very, like, he started teaching me things like reading, writing, when I was very young. I could read and write at the age of 3. My writing wasn't pretty, that's for sure. It was actually so bad that when I went to elementary school, my teacher in my Norwegian teacher, she took a couple of one-to-one classes with me to teach me how to write proper. Because one of my main issues was that when I was writing on lined paper, the characters were floating above the lines, and that was not acceptable by the standards of what the school system wanted me to learn. So, and I also couldn't write in script form, so it wasn't pretty. But I did know how to write and read very early on, and my father got our first computer, which was a Commodore 64, when I was 3 or 4 years old. I don't remember exactly. So I started learning English very early as well, and of course it didn't hurt that I had a father who was an English teacher, and he was very good at teaching. So I was very young when I started to learn languages as well. But even without education, I have always been a very curious person, as in there is very little that I find uninteresting or like, I find that knowledge is usually always useful for something. So there are very few things like that I wouldn't be interested in talking about, as per se. But I used to work as an IT consultant, dealing with servers and, or rather, anything from basic user support, like help, my email isn't working, to managing, and it gives me shuddering just to think about it, Windows Small Business Server 2003, Microsoft's best ever product. I actually genuinely believe that Windows ME was a better product. Vista was a superior product to Windows Small Business Server 2003. That speaks volumes about how bad that product is. Boiling Deep Rage, yes, that is a very good... I mean, Microsoft has a set and established structure of what they call best practices. And these best practices, they define certain things that you should and certain things that you definitely should not do with their products. And then they go and make this product, which they call Small Business Server, where they basically break every single best practice guideline that they've made themselves. Microsoft Bob is a pleasure compared to SBS. Anything from Microsoft is a pleasure compared to SBS. So, but I was mostly self-taught. I meant to take an MCSE back then, but that's also the time when I got a relapse with the mental health stuff because of that penicillin cure that I mentioned early in the stream, where I discovered that I have a severe allergy towards penicillin. A pleasure having you here, Liam. I will actually use Liam. It is pretty damn late, but I'll probably be here for another hour or two. And you have a very good sleep. And thank you so much for the company. And yeah, I will see you around soon. I think I have everything I need now. Table. I knew it was something. Good night, limp cheese. I shall send Liam some helpful tips about what he can call you, Peps. What do you think about that? I might have a couple of suggestions. Here, eat this. I'm sure you're hungry. You know what? There is one thing that I haven't done yet. Oops. I like how those two kind of overlap. Like Wally most likely responding to me, saying that my suggestion of messaging Liam with a couple of suggestions for nicknames is a great idea. And then that just comes after Peps just saying himself that isn't it enough that almost all people call me crazy. Both of those are a great idea. Hello. Ceiling lights are the perfect choice for indoor illumination. Simply attach them to the ceiling, hook up power, and watch your conveyor belts shine bright even in the darkest of factories. That doesn't really help me though, because I don't have any ceilings. Floodlights, specifically designed to illuminated outdoor areas. The floodlights are the perfect choice for lighting up construction sites or outposts. Their height makes them tower over even the largest of buildings. And for additional convenience, the wall version can be placed on any wall for indoor settings, or if more precise light placement is required. Okay, we're gonna get this one. And street light. No more nighttime related walkway accidents involving trucks and poor lighting conditions. Light up those pathways and roads using the Fix-It street lights. Now we're gonna get that one too. Looks fugly though. We probably also need a light control panel. Hey, they don't have a flavor text on this. I like these flavor texts. Useful for sectioning and modifying many lights at once. Well, we're gonna get that one too. And bio. Let's put the tickets back in here. What does those things require to build? Oh. Quartz crystals. Yeah, well, I guess it makes sense. I wasn't entirely prepared for it, though. I think I have some quartz crystals. Do I have them down below? Well, I can go scavenge some from the crystal oscillators manufacturers. 200? How many did it? No, I'm gonna take a bit more. I'm gonna take 300. Well, I'm not sure if they are appropriate to mention out loud. No. Never can tell. call him limp cheese out loud, so it is appropriate. I guess so. Yeah, I'm also kind of amused. But then again, they did add the lights after they actually updated the engine to Unreal Engine 4.25. So that might be the reason why. Because the 4.25 update is a significant update to the engine. Well, one nickname that is very appropriate for you, Peps, would be... but I should have it in German, because that would be more amusing. Gabelstaplerfahrer? Or just a Staplerfahrer? Too bad Quad isn't around. Okay, I'm just gonna put some moisturizing thing on my lip. Why do I do that? I figured as much. But it would be fun to have that in German as your title. Yeah, I don't understand why people have normal sleep schedules. I mean, why? Things like regular jobs and things like that? Ugh. Okay, so I got that one, and I was working on placing down splitters, yes. And I should check that you don't even know what sleep is. Yeah, well, I have periods where I know what you mean. There, and is that correct? It is. It is indeed. I should probably connect the lifts up. Well, actually, now that I know that I have them on the correct height, I can do this first, which makes connecting the lifts a little bit more expedient. Thank you so much for joining us, Wazations, and you have a good night and hopefully a restful sleep as well. And I will be seeing you around soon, I hope. It was a pleasure having you here. Do you mind doing a shout out for Wazations too, Peps? Since I have you here so conveniently. Thank you. Switching devices, yay! We're going to get a Wally that is not lagging. Well, at least lagging less. That has worked for me. But what I do is make sure that I find some video that isn't too long. And it's very important that, at least for me, that it's someone who has a very calm approach to their presentation. So I usually find videos that are up to like 40-45 minutes long. And then I have my... I'm using my laptop for it, but I mean, if you use a tablet or something, then you don't need to mess with any kind of power settings because that'll automatically turn off anyways. But I have the laptop set so that it keeps the Windows alive while there is video playing, but or media playing. But if media stops playing, then Windows goes into sleep after 5 minutes of inactivity, so that I don't have a computer on and I don't get disturbed in my sleep by noise. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7. 6, 7, 8. I don't sleep very well in total quiet or total silence, but then again, we live in the city center, so there's usually always some noise, even at night. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although it's not a very big town we live in, so but you'll have random noises during nighttime as well. Not that I sleep at night. Or I do, but very random. Speaking of random, Pacian, what? We have this expression in Norway that you're an A person if you like to wake up early, and you're a B person if you don't like to wake up early. I'm probably more of a Z person. Not C, as in the letter Z, but Z. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I've noticed. Because I have no idea who Red is, and I don't know what plant you're talking about. Oh. It's been a very long time since I watched Futurama, and I haven't watched it to completion either. Yeah, I'm very happy that I can sleep whenever I want to, because I function very poorly without sleep. I need 6 or more hours of sleep to function properly. Or I get very cranky. But I don't always get the luxury of having 5 or 6 hours of sleep. Depends on the brain. Welcome back, slightly less laggy Wally. And good night, Jonas. You have good luck trying to sleep, and I hope that you get a good and restful night's sleep. And I will see you around very soon, I hope. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, as always. There was a robot that was more insane than Bender. How is that even possible? Well done, Peps. Well done. Ooh. Right. Where was I?
All right! Who ordered up an extra large can of whoop ass?
Not bad. Oh dear. What have you started now? I'm not even going to ask Peps about anything in regards to what you just said, because... no? But, well said. And in case anyone is wondering what or why I'm not using the copy-paste function, it's because I just find it easier to not use the copy-paste function when a recipe that I am putting into a machine is visible without scrolling. Because Control-C, Control-V, I tend to click Control-C when I'm supposed to click Control-V, and then I start pasting nothing. And that just is inconvenient. I'm sure she did. Making me hit the machinery now. Or constructors. Okay, this one is set to quick wire. I wish they had... I mean, I'm very happy that they added copy-paste, but I wish they had added it in a little bit more useful manner. As in, just target a machine, look at it, and then you copy the settings. Because it doesn't really make anything that much more efficient, except that you don't have to scroll occasionally. And that's impressive that you did not wake up from a bucket full of water over your head. I used to be a very sound sleeper, but as I've as I have matured, shall we say, deep sleep is not as easy as it used to be. Now, I am using Mark V belts for that, and I think that that is rather silly, since 12 times... Let me see. Did I put 11 of these machines in each line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, no, 13. So 12 times 13, no. It's 156. So these belts really don't need to be more than Mark III. Have I powered these machines? No. You're more than welcome, Addicted. And also thank you so much for well, calling me out or plugging me the way you did. And I appreciate very much that that you, or rather, I appreciate very much that I can be of assistance, like with that what I do is actually something that helps and makes your game experience more fun as well. And you've obviously done a fairly good job at not fairly good job is the wrong phrasing. What's the word I'm looking at? You've spent a great deal of effort and love into that factory that you've built. And starting out as a content creator, as I know too, is not easy. It's a long road, and I'm still just a tiny content creator myself as well, compared to big channels. So plunging out into that world is it's admirable that you want to try to do that. The best advice I can give you, which is the best advice that I ever got myself from the people who supported me when I tried, or when I started out, is do what you love. As in, play the games you love to play, and make sure that when you showcase something, or you have a Let's Play series, that it's obvious that you enjoy what you're doing. That is the most critical advice I can give. I mean, there are certain types of streams that are different, of course, where the goal of the stream is to make the streamer suffer, and those can be very enjoyable, but it's not something that you should do all the time. And when you make videos on YouTube, it's all the more important that your love for the game and your love for the game that shines through. But that was very clear, because the way that you presented your factory was very, very obvious that you were very proud of what you had done. And that is a major part of how to succeed at getting noticed as a content creator. Because people will, I mean, if you just consider it very quickly yourself, would you watch a content creator play Satisfactory if they were obviously miserable with what they were doing? And that goes for any game. And Phasian's advice is also very, very good. Relax. just be relaxed when you unless you go for a specific style where you are trying to aim for a specific type of audience, like many of the greatest or largest channels on YouTube. They are of course targeting young people. You could say things, or you could mention creators like PewDiePie. Obviously, his main focus group are young people, so he's hyped up and he's very high key in his presentation. Whereas for me, as a total opposite, because I think I'm a very opposite of how his presentations are. I'm very low key in my presentation. I don't like to like yesterday when my audio settings were messing with me, and I saw the microphone go into the red all the time. That really made me uncomfortable because I don't want I want people to be able to actually go to YouTube or to Twitch and open one of my videos and use it as something they can relax to. That is equally as important for me as teaching, like in tutorials or in my Let's Play series. And what Phasian and Peps are both saying is also extremely important. Find what works for you and try to ignore criticism that you do not feel is relevant to you. Because if you don't feel that the criticism is relevant to you, it most likely isn't. So if someone says something that you don't feel is relevant for how you present your content, then ignore it. And obviously, if someone is being outright rude, just delete the comment. I leave most comments on my channel that involve criticism, even if I disagree, unless they are being outright rude or nasty. Those comments I just delete. I also report them. But I don't feel hurt by someone criticizing my content in a nasty manner, because people are people. I mean, there are people out there. Envy is a thing. So that's one thing. Not that I necessarily think that people are envious of what I do, but that is one aspect of it. Some people just like to troll. Some people just like to be nasty because they get a kick out of it. But as also Pep say, constructive criticism. Again, though, you must feel that it applies to you and what you do, because even constructive criticism, if you do not feel that the constructive criticism applies to what your goal is, then you should feel free to ignore it. But if it's made in a constructive manner, I mean, I always take the time to say thank you, because I know that even if I don't feel that the criticism, when it's presented politely and constructively, even if I don't feel that it applies to me, I know that the intent is good. And that is something that I feel should be appreciated, because someone making constructive criticism obviously does it because they want to help you improve. The one thing that I would say as a constructive criticism after watching the video, but we already discussed that, so I think it's already on your agenda. It is microphone. But don't invest in something really expensive. Just get a microphone that is like a Snowball, for instance. It's an excellent starting point microphone for trying your hand at content creation without spending a huge deal of money. Because audio quality is very important for audience retention. If what you say, if your voice is not clear in a video, it's a much higher chance of the audience leaving quickly than when you have just a basic headset microphone. No, sorry. If you have a clear microphone that ensures that your voice is crisper and clearer. And of course, having your largest trolls as moderators also helps, as Peps mentions. Then again, there are trolls and then there are these guys. And these guys are the nice type of troll. The ones with big noses and foofy hair. I like that. Reminds me of the first image that came to my head there was Fraggle Rock. Which, when I think about it, probably is quite suitable. Okay, so then we need to go one up. Were that the same dolls that they used? Is that correct? Yes, it is. Okay. Well, there's a lot of children's TV that... I mean, Fraggle Rock was translated into Norwegian. So we had that with Norwegian voice actors. So that is one of these shows that I got to see as a kid. And again, I also watched weird French children's TV, as I mentioned in a previous stream. Le Monde Englouti. Well, YouTube is a huge place. That's also something. It's very difficult, and especially in the times we live in now, when there are so many people who try their hand at streaming or content creation, like video on demand, because they are staying home a lot more than they used to do. So it's not that easy to find people on YouTube. But I'm very, very honored that you like my content that much. So thank you so much for that high praise there. Hensen fan? If that is the name of one of the characters in Fraggle Rock, then keep in mind I watched it in Norwegian, so I wouldn't have any clue what they are named in English. Well, potentially, except for, I guess, Garbage Dump or... Oh! Yeah, well, as a kid, I didn't really pay attention to names of creators. So I wouldn't I wouldn't know. But now I know. Wrong. And then that goes here. One, two, three, four, five. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That too is actually an honor for me to hear, that you are able to fall asleep listening to my voice. That is among the highest praise I can actually get. Thank you. And that is something that I'm very serious about when I'm saying. I think that I've already mentioned, well, I have mentioned the how I use YouTube to fall asleep myself, and if I can provide that for someone, then that is very, very high praise. It's kind of strange. I've never heard the name before, Phasian, at least not that I'm aware of. I've probably seen it since he has been involved with that much things, but I've actually never heard the name before that I am aware of. So it didn't ring a bell at all. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's true, and also I was a kid, so although I still watch things like the Muppets in adult life. When I've done the last line here, I'm actually going to leave that one. So when I'm done with this, I think I'm going to take a break because I'm getting hungry. So I think I should go get some food. Otherwise, there will be frequent bathroom breaks instead, which is not ideal. Yeah, the 4-hour mark, so yeah, it is time for a break. That is what I was looking at when I was looking down there. I was looking at how long has the stream been going on since I was starting to feel hungry. Usually I don't start feeling hungry until after I've streamed for like 5.5 hours, so I'm kind of puzzled that I'm already feeling hungry after 4 hours, because I ate just before the stream. Yes, that looks perfectly natural. Oh, for crying out loud. No, I don't want belts like that. Okay, so I think we have everything coming in and everything coming out. Now this last line here isn't going to use all of the constructors because I don't have the full belt of... it's lacking 2 refineries to have the 12 refineries needed. I don't understand why I wrote down 12 times 11. Because there is nothing here that has 11 in it. No idea. So I've got 4 belts, but there will be 5. How do I do that? I have 5 belts, and this is done. I mean, it's not a current issue. It's a problem for later, but it is a very relevant problem, or maybe not so much a problem as it is a challenge. I'm going to need more than 4 platforms up there, since each of the platforms have 2 inputs. And that means that I'm going to run into a problem over at the main base, since I've built the train station system there to accommodate 4 platforms. I never thought that I would need 5. And if I'm going to scale this up at some point, which I very much suspect is going to become a reality, where I need to add the pure copper into the mix and use this recipe. Well, I don't have the copper sheets, but I can go show over at the refineries that are not in use currently. What I can do, because that's the... Where is it? I thought it was in a refinery. Maybe it's in an assembler. It is, the fused quick wire. With the fused quick wire, I can make this setup make 9,360 quick wire, which will require 3,900 copper ingots, which is a bit, but by the numbers of Caterium, or rather by the numbers of quickwire that is necessary for the recipes, I might actually need that. Oh, it's night. How does these floodlights work? Oh, again, I'm missing copper sheets. Does that, like, can I... No, I can't increase the height of it either. Yeah, well... Ooh, yeah. Wow. Look, it's light. I'm not impressed by that one, but I guess the floodlight is a bit better, but I need copper sheets for that. I guess I could... Yeah, that makes sense. The ceiling lights, I don't know if I can... yes, I can put them at the underside of a foundation, but from what I saw when I saw them used in Wally's, Phasian's, IT Machinist's, and Almilana's factory, I'm not convinced that I want to use the wall lights. They were quite intense. I do have a belt there. That was in the middle, right? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that's a conveyor pole stack. So you can control the intensity on using the light control. Ah, okay, right. Well, that might help then. Are these straight? They are. Not that it helps that much, because I usually build outside of the main base. 4, 5, 6, which isn't that helpful with floodlights, because then it's going to be an additional step of having to set up all the infrastructure for the lights as well as the additional factory, which isn't necessarily that useful for me. Okay, I shall go check that out. So here we have another potential issue. I need to fix that. That lift needs to be moved. That's not going to be... That's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Okay, I'm gonna go up there. I think that's the correct height. Yes. Yes. And then that one goes there. Okay, Peps, well, you have a good sleep, and again, thank you 1,000-fold times for your generosity and kindness. And I hope that you will be here with us tomorrow as well. I'm very likely going to stream Satisfactory every day until I have reached the point where I'm done with the update 4 content. Since I'm playing anyways, I might as well stream as long as my health allows for it, that is. Thank you so much. I think I'll go grab some food. I'll set up these belts and we'll tackle the just connect the last one there. Because they need to get up here and I need to figure out how to do that, but that's probably going to take at least half an hour for me to figure out, knowing myself. So I'll go set up the AFK train and I'll go grab some food myself. This time the AFK train might very well end up flapping about like it might go to the various outposts more than once, because I might be away for like 15, maybe 20 minutes, but I don't think I will be away for that long, but just in case. So I'm not setting any expectations here. Let's do the main oil refinery. Let's do the silica outpost. Let's do the aluminium. And we can do the main base, yes. And we can also do... Wow, whoa, that was a bit much. And then we can do the Caterium factory, and that sounds good to me. So, I shall return when I have imbibed sustenance. Enjoy the train ride meanwhile. And by all means feel free to chat in the chat with the others who are present while I'm gone. Good timing there. I actually managed to have that exact round trip for my little eating break. That's not bad. Hold on. There we go. My apologies. Okay, now thank you for the welcome back. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to do this, since all of the belts come at the same angle. I might have to do some creative squiggles here. What is the correct way to do that, I wonder? I mean, belts are going to come in here. Actually easier if I just stand like that and I do that. They're gonna come in here. For that one. And for this platform, they're gonna come in here. I believe that's correct. Yes. But from down here, I have 4 belts. Where 2 of them needs to go there and 2 of them needs to go there. That hypertube is not in the most ideal position, so it has to go. Not that I need to go under there anytime soon. Everything down there is done. Just the pipe works. I suppose what I could do... This is something that I'm going to have to change in the future due to the fact that currently we have 4 belts there, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. That I need to scale up the production out here. But what I'm thinking is that if this one comes here, this is where glass foundations can be a bit wonky, especially when they're not aligned the same way. Is that on the same? Yes, it is 2 out. So it should be on the same if I put it there. Now, yes, that is on the same. So that means that I'm going to have to go up and down a fair amount here. When you place a stackable foundation pole in front of a splitter and connect a belt up to it, there is sometimes an offset with the belt. I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking. come it makes the bell squiggly. No, I am not sure why that happens, to be honest. When you place a stackable... Oh, wrong way on the desk. When you place a stackable foundation pole in front of a splitter and you connect a belt up to it, there is sometime... And this is on foundations as well? Like, if I take 2 splitters here, and I put a stackable conveyor pole very close, I don't get any kind of squiggle on that. Won't connect up to the center of the foundation. It only wants to snap to the left or the right of the center line. But is what I did here representative of what you are asking? Because one of the things that you can do in Satisfactory, and I'm not sure if this is relevant to your question, but I can place a splitter on one of those belts up there, but that will make it misaligned. So if I want to have this aligned, I would have to start with a splitter down here and then build my way up. Well, if I place the splitters in the correct position, but then I would have to build my way up, and then I would remove the belt in question, because if you build splitters from like that, then it doesn't connect to the belt. So you would have to remove the belt and then connect it to the splitter and then connect it to the conveyor pole again. But I'm not sure if that applies to what you're asking. Do I need that there? No, I do not need that there. But I do need that to connect to that so that I don't get any weird belt issues here later on. So there, and then this one goes there. This one continue. Heck, oh. This one goes. I need to remove these again because they're going to be in the way. Try to connect the splitter using the stackable conveyor poles and nothing came out of the splitter on the other side of the belt. I think for me to understand what you mean, I think you have to post a screenshot or a couple of screenshots in the Satisfactory channel, and I can have a look after I'm done streaming. I'm thinking that when I'm done with connecting up this and I have the quick-wire going into the main base, I think it's time to wrap up around then anyways, so maybe half an hour or so more. Well, I could go slug hunting. I should do that actually. It doesn't necessarily need to be on that alignment. If I did things right, this should work. Of course, the big question being if I did this right. I forgot about that. That's going to be annoying, but there's not much I can do about that. I'm going to have a belt going across here. I think it's gonna be this one. This one connects up there, and this one connects up to that one. Now we get jumping sessions. This one needs to be... No, I don't think so, because 2 of them are inputs and 2 of them are outputs, so it would be a bit weird to use a train station to have something come in just to take it out again with on the same station. I can't see a scenario unless you're balancing. I mean, if you're doing it for balancing purposes, then it would make sense. But that's the only scenario I can see it being used, and I can't think of any scenario where that would actually be useful. There. Now, is that correct, I wonder? It is. Not bad. There we go. Okay, we actually have all of the 4 inputs going into these two strain stations. Maybe I should make that strain-tations. So all we have to do now is connect up power. Which would be there. And then there. And we have a lot of machines working on making quick wire here. Let's just check that all of them are actually working. What a weird sound with that echo. I suppose I could rather go down the other way here. They are all working. So we are now making 3000 something quick wire. Ah, the glory of looking at the belts flowing with quick wire. Let's clean up a little bit here. All of the refineries are working as well. Ah, this is just great. That should... we're at 6,000. 300, 400. 2.5-ish megawatts of use currently. And we are getting quick-wire into the station, which is excellent. That is on platform 3 and 4. Now we need to go back to the main base. And connect that up properly so that we actually get the quick wire into the base. And when that's done, we can finally make high-speed connectors, AI limiters, and computers using the Caterium computer recipe. The only thing I need to do before that is... Or do I need to do it before, or can I do it afterwards? I need to redo the crystal oscillators. I need to change that to the alternate recipe because we're using the recipe we're using now is not ideal compared to what we'll actually get from using the alternate recipe. We are going to get 3 times as many oscillators, and the oscillators are needed for I think it's the radio control units, which I also believe we are going to need a couple of. Excellent. It is late in the day, so it's going to be dark soon. Or soon. What do we need to build trains? We need... I have everything I need to build trains, and I have everything I need to build freight cars. Good. This thing is full of quick wire, of course it is. Right. That's gonna take some time. Okay, what I'm gonna do then is... How much inventory space do I have used now? Not that much left. Special, awesome sink. Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to the stream too, by the way. Yeah, it was a suggestion from someone that when I go, when I need to go away, then setting up a train ride is better than just looking at me standing somewhere, and it's kind of fun to show off that train system. You know, I assume that you're referring to the spirals going up and down. Yeah. Actually, it isn't as bad as it seems because you get into a flow. You have the foundation pillar in the middle, and it's 3 out on each of the 4 sides. And for each foundation you go up, you just use an 8x1 foundation, and on the outermost one you put an 8x1 ramp. So you just get into this flow where it actually doesn't take that long when you've reached that flow. But the first one, that took time, yes, because I had no idea what I was doing. So it was a fair bit of try-fail involved. That's an understatement. But I can't take credit for the idea because the idea comes from Total Eclipse over at I think he streams as well, but this was on his YouTube channel. That's where I saw the idea of having these spirals. The good thing with the spirals is that they take you get a lot more real estate available to you by using the spirals instead of making, at least when you're using foundations, there's a lot more real estate available with using the spirals, since they take up 7x7 foundations with the pillar in the middle. So you can get a lot more it's okay. It is much more efficient in terms of while you get the spiral loop thing, it takes less time to build than having to mess with the wonky rails. I really look forward to when they fix the rails. They have mentioned that there will be an overhaul of the rails. So it takes less time than messing with the whales with the whales. Well then, the wonky whales. Those are beware the wonky whales. They are very dangerous. But yeah, it takes less time than to have to mess with the wonky rails, because the way the rails work right now, there's a lot of clipping involved, which is why I prefer using the foundation-based system. Like, why does it does weird things, especially here in the Dune Desert. But to get up and down on those distances or those heights that I was dealing with out in the areas where I set up those spirals, it would take up quite a bit of space if I didn't use those spirals. So that's why I decided to go with that spiral design, happily borrowing it from Total Eclipse, and of course crediting him for it. I'm not sure if it was his own idea, because Total Eclipse usually does some base tours, so I'm not really sure if it was his idea or if it was something that he had borrowed too, where he gave credit to the original creator. That I don't remember, but no, yeah, they are finding the nuclear vessels is that's a difficult one. But you could always ask Chekhov. I probably mangled the pronunciation of his name as well. This is going to be fun. I haven't thought about that. I need 4 belts to go out from here. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think we'll tackle that problem later. This one should be set to unload. This one should be set to unload. I have no idea if this track is going to work. Satisfactory being satisfactory when it comes to rails. But let's set up electric locomotive. Probably there. And then we need 4 freight cars. Oh dear, I'm going to need more ore cubes. And this little choo-choo. I don't even remember how I named my trains. Oh, I guess quick wire. Timetable for this will be Ethereum Factory in the Dune Desert, and then main base, Quickwire. I wish we could add. Well, I suppose I could. That is one way to avoid potential confusion with the cargo wagons. If I just used liquid wagons instead. Although, based on my experiences yesterday, a cargo wagon also takes cargo from a liquid station, so that doesn't really help. The big question though is, does he have nuclear vessels where he is living? Something else. I don't know if you guys have watched Babylon 5, but Walter Koenig also did a great job when he was playing Bester in Babylon 5. I mean, that guy is a good character actor for sure. It's more or less the polar opposite of how a nice guy. Does this work? It works. I like how those cargo containers just pop up. Like there's a boom thing that bounces them out of there. Good. I did set you to the correct one in the main base. Yes, I did. There's ample slugs in this area, at least. I thought I saw it. I thought that I saw a purple one while we were driving here sometime. Maybe that one over there? Nah. Ah yes, the hard drive in the poison cloud over there. That was not fun to get to. I didn't have a gas mask at the time, so that involved some creative running very quickly in and being very speedy on getting the pod open and running away. Okay, does it work at this end as well? It does. Good. Then all I need is to go down and pick up a couple of building pieces. Specifically, I need iron rods. And I have enough concrete. Ah, this looks good. I think I left the car underneath here? I don't remember exactly now. It says it's over there. I think it's under the floor over there that we're going to tear to bits and pieces when we get the quick wire up and running. Since oh, I left it there actually. That's curious. Whee! Car physics is interesting in this game. Huh? Okay. If you say so. That slug is in a most inconvenient spot. Or is it? Nah, not really. That shouldn't be that hard to get to. Although, it does sound as if there's something up there waiting for us. Or maybe not. Oh. I thought I heard a sound of something that sounded like here be monsters, but maybe not. There are definitely monsters in here, though. Sadly, it is easier to see the slugs from up above than it is to see them from down here, so... Oh, a flying snack tree. Well then. I wonder how it managed that. Another flying snack tree. Interesting fauna here. I'm gonna park here, because I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure I'm going to get attacked by something here. That's... I can see the slug thing there. But I can also see the poison. Oh, hello. I run away because of the sounds that make is like there's a crash at the end. That one that you probably didn't hear that much of. That is really loud if you stand too close. Okay, but that didn't yield the result that I desired. Didn't know there were caves. I haven't explored this area properly. Let's go up. Please equip, thank you. And apparently there's a flying hog here as well. There's many things flying in this area. There's a hog too. I have no idea where the poison gas is coming from. Yeah, you can stand there. Why don't they take fall damage? Why am I the only one who takes fall damage? That's unfair. Okay, let's see. Is there anything up here? Oh, hello. That is very tasty. There apparently isn't anything of interest up here, so... My good friend, thank you. Shall serve our purposes in a most useful manner. Maybe I should start... What the heck was that? Okay, I'm pretty sure that I saw poison spitter thingies coming out, so I suspect that there's a spitter that is stuck inside of this rock. Ouch. Definitely. Welcome to the stream, COS18. Yeah, Twitch notifications. Things have been twitchy all over the place today. Discord isn't recording me as streaming either. I have no idea what's going on. I should have a purple status there, and I don't. So, internet is hard sometimes. How has your day been? We're out hunting slugs, by the way. Their biological and technological distinction will be added to our own. Hard studying? Yeah, well, I finally got the Quickwire outpost up and running, so there's now Quickwire being delivered into the base, and I decided that I did not want to tackle the belt challenges in there, since it's 4 belts of 780. So I'll do them tomorrow, since I'm getting a bit tired. But we do need slugs, so I figured we'd hunt down a few of them before we end the stream. Can never have enough slugs. Oh, a pure sulfur node. Well then. Didn't I have... Otherwise, I'm going to forget about it. I know I saw a green slug here. There you are. I like the sound they make when you pick them up. Like, kind of what you expect from picking up a slug, to be honest. I do not have enough... What? Okay. That was random. I am pretty sure I haven't killed any spitters out here, because I don't think I've been out here. Where does this lead? Probably off some cliff into the great unknown. 2 coal nodes. They are probably pure, since this is the beach that everyone builds their coal power plants on. Was that whole floor explodable? I haven't ever... I have never found a floor that can be blown up. I don't think you mean this one. You probably mean the one that I was standing on where I saw the green fireflies or something. If they've added floors that can be blown up, that's new. Yeah. Okay, I cannot... Oh, no. Please tell me that I didn't do that. I did. Oh well. New lesson learned, I suppose. You can actually do that. Here, take all of my turbo fuel. You built your... Okay. Well, normal coal nodes. As long as they're not impure. I have a tendency to get meowy when I find impure nodes. Since they are not usable for anything, really. This place is really a maze. You shouldn't be standing in the middle of the road if you don't want to fall over. I just know that a lot of people build their coal power plant down on that beach. Oh gods, driving in this area is not exactly the most ideal thing, or the most ideal place in the game to drive. Quite to the contrary, actually. This area is interesting to drive in, shall we say. Yeah, then that's probably the reason why, because if there are multiple nodes out here, it makes sense that they would use this area for, or that this area would be, what's the word? Desirable for coal mining. Thank you. My apologies to the farty plants for removing one of their brethren. Let's not go down there. Oops. I seem to have destroyed a snack tree accidentally. That looks like a Somer sloop out there. But I heard. I'm gonna have a quick whiff of mycelia and alien body parts. Thank you. Always makes me feel fresher. Oh yes. Bit worrying actually that you can have a whiff of those things and you are at full health. But then again, I guess it's modern medicine. Of course, we had to find the rock. And of course, the rock doesn't want to let go of us. Okay, let's go down to the beach then. Oh. There's another slug. The slugs, I mean, they are very plentiful, but they are not that easy to find when you're not coming from up above. How many do I have now? I have 5, 10. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. These are all over the place here. Yeah, growl to you as well. I don't have time for you. Let's not go there. Okay, there's not really that much down here. Let's follow the beach the other way then. There's a hard drive out there, but I have collected that. This area is very, very curious. Looks like if there's a cave entrance or something here. Growl to you as well. There's a copper node. I think that's a normal one. Or even impure. Normal. Because I can't remember having seen any pure nodes down here on the map. That looks like uranium, so I'm not going that way. No more slugs. Limestone node. Spitter. Slug. Okay. It's a bit weird that that doesn't kill the slug. You'd think the slug would take damage from a Nobelisk blowing up right on top of it. Six coal nodes, well then. Okay, that explains why people use this area as normal. And pure. Okay. So yeah, this is a very good place to set up a coal power plant. Hold on. That might be a yellow slug. I don't have any ammunition with me, so I'm going to have to deal with the wasps the old-fashioned way. I don't think this is going to do much. Where's the final one? Okay. Well, it's probably here somewhere. I'll take those. Hello. The bees are not really that bad. Yeah, I must have blown up a couple of them. But the bees aren't really that bad. They're just nuisances. At least not after you get the sound saber. Seven. Yeah. Slowly getting there. Wing. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Here's another cool node. Impure. I don't like impure nodes. Impure nodes are bad. This one is also impure. I don't have time for you, doggy. And again, if you have 2 impure nodes, then if you have the power to spare, why not? Yeah, let's set the car in there. There's also iron there. Interesting. I'm guessing this beach could be a potential place to start a base. I mean, there's ample vegetation here. There's that, of course, but is that a rock that I can blow up, I wonder? I did not bring any kind of breathing filter mask, though. No, it isn't. But I wonder what they are guarding, those poison things. Sorry. My apologies. Ah, they're of course they're guarding a slug. Ah, well. I'm fairly certain that I saw another purple slug somewhere at the end of the desert, but I'm kind of worried. Okay, I seem to have been here before, and I decided to leave some concrete, some baby Borg cubes, and a bit of industrial beams. I have no idea why. Probably because I wanted to pick up something from the area around the crashed pod there. Nice statue, yes. We can say that it's a monument to something. New art. It's modern art. It's in the realm of the abstract. There's a slug. Thank you. Can I see anything from up here? Well, I can, but can I see anything of interest from up here? That's probably a better question. I can see an iron node. I can see a poison spitter. One of the big pipes. But I cannot see any slugs. That's fine. I can see a slug over there. But the funny thing is that the next time we drive the train up there, probably going to see like 5 or 6 or 7 slugs on the trip again, because I haven't picked up... I might have picked up one of the slugs that we saw from the train, but I don't think I picked up most of them. I think the ones we found are others than the one that I have seen from the train. Because most of the ones that we saw from the train are on top of those rocky outcroppings and mesas, and I can't see that what's on top of them from the desert floor. Which I guess I could solve by... That looks kind of cool, actually. It is. I started out at night, but that is another reason for missing the always day mod, since I can set it to be permanently night while I do slug hunting. Some would of course accuse me of cheating for that, but what do you mean they don't really glow? Like what? Aha! So, you thought you would hide the slug from me, did you? Oh, you're wrong. I think they only glow like that when they are in their natural habitat. Well, to be fair, I don't really care if people say that that anything I do is cheating. It's nothing that it's not something that I'm terribly bothered with. I could happily also just edit the power shards into my inventory by using the Satisfactory calculator.com website, which I actually might do too, if I need more and I don't have time to go slug hunting, because slug hunting is time consuming. And there are other things that I would like to do as well. But slug hunting is also a nice thing, like now, just like a relaxation thing to wind down from the stream. Since it doesn't require the brain power involved in trying to figure out how to build the lifts. But yeah, you're right there, Phasian. They really don't illuminate the area that much, but you can see the glow from quite a distance if you're high up, so I find that they are easier to find at night. Where should I put the car? You know what? I'm gonna put the car over the train station now that I think about it. Or I actually even have the ramp drive up and down from the main base. That way it's going to be close to one of the hypertubes, and I'm also going to be able to quickly get to it from the railroad. Yeah, I'm not really that bothered by it anymore. It used to bother me a bit. Like, people would, for instance, say that using squeak through in Factorio is cheating, and to me, I don't see the point of why cheating is necessary to mention at all. We all have our personal preferences for what we like, and you know, when you play a game, as long as you play like Satisfactory and Factorio, when you play them by yourself, I don't really think that anything you do is cheating per se, as long as what you do is enjoying. But then again, you have the purists thing that Phasian mentioned, and yes, there are many people who are purists that doesn't enjoy any kind of modding, and that's also a matter of personal taste. And by all means, for those who enjoy that, I do not begrudge them that. But I will not hesitate to make my own life easier if it means, for instance, like in this instance, like if I were to go to the Satisfactory calculator site and edit in the power shards just into my inventory, then the reason why I would be doing it is to get more content out instead of spending time in game driving around looking for slugs. Stick these in here. Exactly. Some games are indeed unplayable without mods. But I think that for me the main thing with mods, whether someone call them cheaty or not, is completely irrelevant to me personally, as long as I'm having fun with what I'm doing. RimWorld, I haven't even dared go into that area yet. There are people pushing me in the direction of trying it because apparently it's very popular for streams, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that one. Let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. And that one. There we go. And I think that we can round up the stream just about here. Let's see if there's someone out and about that we can raid. There are indeed someone we can raid. But before we do that, let me just check a couple of things here. Let's see. That's the wrong. Right on here, okay. That correct? It isn't. It's supposed to be this. He's about to start his stream. So that's good timing. I will say thank you so much to all of you for the nice company, and I hope that you enjoyed today's little escapades out in the...
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much for the follow, PK Gold. It is much appreciated. I hope that you enjoyed the Caterium outpost and the belts and all the stuff, and tomorrow we will... try to route all of the quick wire that we need to make the Caterium computers and the AI limiters and the high-speed connectors. Whether or not we're going to be able to complete all of those tomorrow, considering my propensity for spending my time on my production lines, that remains to be seen, but at least we're making progress. So there is that. As per usual, if you're not in the Discord, for those of you who aren't, you can find the link to the Discord server in the About section or the channel banner. And you can also find the link to my YouTube channel there, where I publish the streams over there, but I also publish other things over there. There's ample content there. There are other series and other games there as well. And thank you so much for that, Addicted. I really appreciate that. It's been kind of strange because I was really not just reticent, but I was actually terrified of going into streaming because of my mental health also affecting my stomach. So I thought I would be really anxious and really nervous about it, but it's been the polar opposite of that, actually. Like, I feel so at peace when I'm sitting here streaming and just chatting away with you guys, which is also why I am capable of doing it for so long. But I will definitely not be afraid to take breaks when needed. For those of you who watch the stream in the stream archive over at YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. And we will be raiding D Biddly Bop, who is playing Loop Hero, and he should be starting in about 15 seconds. So I will start the raid, and those of you who want to join can do that. And I will time that so that we raid when his stream starts, which is just about now. Thank you all for the stream that we and the company we had together, and see you all tomorrow.